Ai haere mai anō ki tēnei rā tua toru o tēnei whakataitai. Ko i ngā kura e tākoro tahi ana, ko Lewington me Shaw School. Rua ki te kore I nai nei. It's 2 plays 0. And I roto I te hauwha tuatahi, we're in the first quarter. And these two teams have gone really well over the last couple of days. Watching Newington play their games yesterday, I don't think they won by less than 5 points. And here we have number 2 going down this closest side to the camera. And it's in the hands of number 12 there from Shaw, and that is Russell Yuan, who feeds back to the centre. Back to Russell. Over to the left-hand side. He's looking for an opportunity. He's got 2 hands up in front of him, and Newington managing to shut down that opportunity. Aukati here I tērā. Nama whā, te tangata e mau I te poro, S. Rudd. And that's number 5, Casper Simmons. And off the right hand upright. And for a second shot. And some good defensive work done there by Newington. Both of these schools haven't really been pushed too much from what we've seen so far in the defensive end. And koira te mutunga o tēnei whakataitai. O tēnei kēmu tuatahi. Nō reira, a koe nei ka timata te hauwha tuarua. And going through the team lists. From Newington, we have O'Brien, Trezvisic, Fisher, Rudd, Hole, Gary, Santos, Graham, Hale, Tiong, Vitch, Owen Jones, and McCleary. And in the short team, we've got Wolf, Simmons, Kennedy, Kovacs, Simmons, Jaeger, Sidwell, Lennox, Pollitt, Brunker, Yuan and Frey. And they're off to another quick start there, moving down into the attacking space. Ki te wāhi, Mōrearea. Some good defensive work. Āraitia I tō rātou kuhu. Uhanga. And beautifully done there, just making his way down the... And gets into a scoring position with that backstroke technique. And unexpecting that shot to come through. Ohoreri ngā kai ārai. Tino kaha tōna whiu I te poro ki te uhanga. E nai nei toru ki te kore te tatauranga. And through their deft touch there, managing to get up 3 points to 0 now. As Newington are going to want to try and pull something back here. This defence they have been unused to competing with. And so now these two Australian schools going at it in the first match at Hiwa here in Tāmaki Makaurau. Good defensive block once again. Finding, looking for that opening, and there is the opening they needed. Newington finally able to get down. Ki te wāhi ohorere, Mōrearea the Shaw School. Ka u te pōro I rote I te uhanga. Whakarite anō te tīma no Shaw School. And ka tini hia tētahi o ngā tāngata. Mai tērā kura o Newington. And looking for that opening. And slowly making their way down. There's a second helper coming in to try and shut down that middleman from Shaw School. And te ki a te kaiwa wau. Ai, he hara kei aia. Shaw School, no reira ka hoatu te poro kia Newington. And Newington here now looking to even up that tally a little bit more. With 4 minutes on the clock. Looking here now, and that pass through was able to be shut down. So once again they put full flight to the other end. Full flight? Would you say full flight when they're in the water? I don't know. I'm going to. If not, you've got a better word for me. Tukuna mai tērā kupu. You can send that through Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram. If you want to shout out to anyone also, we're happy to do that. And some great defensive work shown and nice outlet. Unfortunately couldn't find its target, and so we go back onto the offensive for the Shaw School. And he's got an opening in front of him, and there's a mismatch on numbers, but Newington have managed to get back in time and put enough defensive pressure on that man. And he's going to work his way out all the way from back there on the far side of the pool. And down here it's a number 11 that is Tiong. And finding the centre again. Whiua te poro kei Wainganui. Ka tangi te wihara. You can hear the cry of the whistle. And they're all looking on to what the actual issue is. Then someone's been sent to the corner. So he'll stay there for 18 seconds or until there's a goal scored. And moving that ball nicely. Look for that quick tap-in that they're well known for. And that'll restart the clock. Oh, not quite able to get a fingertip to that one and push it in on the far side. And so they make their way down with great haste. I roto I te kōpua wai. Oh, some great work done there to shut down that fast flight. And there's a man in the middle. We look again, but Shaw School able to thwart that attempt. And they have a man far on the far end. He's going to one-on-one with the goalkeeper. And he's managed to maneuver one past the kaitiaki o te uhanga, the keeper of that goal. And so the Shaw School bring in a couple of new and fresh-lunged athletes. And off again. That takes us to whā ki te tahi. That's 4-1. Number 2 from Newington. That's Trojevic. Trobejevic. Aroha mai. And some kind of foul has been seen there. Nor either, they look ahead to the open water, and there is a man there from Shaw School who is fighting his way down the pool. Number 12, that is in fact Russell Yuan, we've spoken about, and there you heard his name, Russell, being called out, and he's gone to the far side, ki te rā taha, and looking for that quick tap-in. And ka rongo I te riri, kei roto I te rā kaiako. Hearing some of the frustration from the coach of Newington as that player from Shaw School lines up. And nicely finessed into the right-hand side, te taha matau o te uhanga. And that'll push the score out to rima ki te tahi. And bringing it up, Newington. With 40 seconds, they're going to have one more shot at it. It's 4-2 according to the scoreboard in the building. And as they swing it around left to right, there's not going to be too much time left. And there we have it. 23 seconds to outlet and get the ball down. It's in the hands of Jet Simmons at the moment. And the countdown has begun as they look for an opening. He's going to look to a little tap. And on the far side, he has a shot and hitting the side of the net. There was perhaps a premature countdown. And that takes us to the end. Te mutunga o te hauwha tuarua. That's the end of the first half, or the second quarter. Let's go into some supporter messages, and we'll see you after this. Kia ora tātou. here they are off again. And there was a tussle, and that's number 7 from Newington coming over the ball. It's Santos. And as we look forward, we see there, bring it to the centre, open shot there. No, they're taking their time. Ata Titiro. And you can see there must have been a bit of pressure put on him because he wasn't able to stay afloat. And they're moving, and they've run out of time. Nō reira, ka hoa tu te poro. He riro ngā tu ki a Shaw School. And he looks forward and finds open water there. He's also got a man in the far side here, which he could well just look to pop over the top. And as we hear there, Ata Haere, the karanga o te kaiako. It's the call of the coach there, just to slow it down. And beautiful, out of nowhere, explosion of speed from that young player. It takes it to 5 points to 1. And a foul incurred there. He hara, kei roto I te rā wahi mōrearea, and he elevates. And that is Newington's second goal coming from number 4. That is S. Rudd. He found himself with an open pathway through to the goal and weave that ball through to it. Whiria tērā poro ki roto I te kōhao. Ka whakaritea ngā tīma I nai nei. Ka kite tira I te tere. And a battle ensuing here between number 12, Russell Yuan. And you can see them just trying to get an opening, but the 2-on-1 restricting. And he'll look back to his kaitiaki o te uhanga, goalkeeper. And there's that young man Yuan again, going down this near side. Number 4, Rudd again, defensively coming up against him. And there's 3 e toru o ngā tāne no Newington e au katihia I te kauhoi o tērā tama no Shaw School. And they're having a look here. Newington with 3 minutes they're going to need. And he manages to get that ball underneath the arm of the keeper, and that was number 2. Trebejevic. And as a fresh swimmer comes into the matchup, almost an interception. Number 7 puts his hands in the air like he hasn't done anything, but the referees disagree, and that is Santos. And number 5 now, keeper Simmons. And what the ref saw then was a little push off by that Shaw School player, and so they take with great haste to swimming back to the goal end of Newington. The man on the far side has incurred a penalty. He hara, nō reira. Ka maka te poro, kei waina nui I te kopua wai. Ka rere atu. Era, and there was a beautiful pass to find the man right in front, one-on-one with another man behind, and just like that, block at one end, seconds later, and that is the importance of the counter-attack and getting off at a quick pace to find yourself open. He did have a man right on his tail, but due to his swimming speed, strength, he got himself far enough out and then just snuck it under the arms, the ups-reaching arms of that keeper. Kei roto I te ringa o ngā tama no Newington, and this is the first time Newington's felt this pressure really in this competition so far. And taking flight again, we have the young men. And off they go. Is there anyone at the back there? Otherwise, he's got a 2-on-1 opportunity. He's taken his time because he knows, no, there's two men in front of him. Now, does he go to him or does he stay on his player? And there we have it. They held firm to their players, and that is number 11 there. Number 11 from Newington, who is Visht. And they'll look to kick back off again. Another brilliant save there by the keeper of Shaw School. But there's been a turnover. Moreira fitu ki te toru, 7-3. Shaw School worked their way down again, and that's a penalty called. And that's number 9 there from the Shaw School, who is Harry Pollitt. And that man's trying to get himself available for a shot. And not able to do that successfully on this occasion. 35 seconds to go in this third quarter, and Shaw School, Aroha Mike Newington, are going to be wanting to get down there and get one last goal for the quarter to try and make it a little bit easier for that last quarter. And here's that opportunity for them. They look, he looks again. He's going to have a go. No, unable to squeeze it round the side there. And they're going to look to quickly get down to the other end of the pool. Te kōpua wai. Kia uai te pōro ki te uhanga. And not able to see if that one went in, and I don't think it did. There was no celebratory cheers. Moreira 7 plays 3 in this final fourth quarter. Don't go anywhere, whānau. Go and put the kettle on, perhaps. Or if you don't like a cup of tea or coffee, have a cold water, because there's some excitement coming up for this last quarter. back to the man at the back there, looking at the options and trying to get his arm free for an opportunity. Fires it back to his other teammate on that far side, who's looking for a clearing, and they've run out of time, unfortunately, because the shot that just got past the keeper went in. But Shaw School will be thankful, and it's in the hands of number 5, Casper Simmons. And he's looking for options, and unfortunately a bit of a deflection slows down the pace of that shot, and it's back in the hands. Kei roto I ngā ringa o tērā kaitiaki, tērā tiaki uhanga. And with deft strokes, we find ourselves at the attacking end of Newington. I roto I ngā ringa o te nama whā no Newington, S. Rudd. And he'll get an opportunity now. Kei aia te poro I naine. And they look, and is there opportunity for a quick shot at goal? He'll pop it back to the centre, get some elevation out of the water. Yeah, I think he was up to about his belly button by the time he actually let that fly, which just goes to show the strength of the legs, doing the mahi, doing the work in the water. And he's got an open pathway there, and that last-ditch lunge by the keeper, a tērā tiaki uhanga. Ka rongo I tangi o te wihara. And we're back into the action mode now. And not sure what the call is here. It looks to be a man swimming to the side. And they're off again. The ball must be in the hands of the keeper. They'll look again in the hands of Newington. Now they're running short on time. They are now 3 minutes to go with 3 goals down. They're needing at least 4 for the win. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side you're supporting, there's no chance for him to get that ball. So they get another chance here. But through some brilliant and number 9, Shaw bringing that up. Harry Pollitt back to the centre. And no opportunity to get a shot off there. Back in the hands of Newington. And unfortunately, time is not on their side at this moment, so they're going to need to get their ball quick snappy with Jonty Jaga at the moment. I'm not sure if it's a silent J, and he has a bit of a wind up to try and get some power, and that is the end of their time period to get that shot away. Kare rātou I whiu I te poro. Ka rongo I ngā reo, tino hoha ngā tama o Newington. And ka rongo I te hihiri kei roto I enei kai tākaro. You can hear the passion in the voices of some of these players. And we can see there on this close side. And now the referee, the Kaiwa Wal, says hand over. And so a long pass has gone down. And that is looking like it's coming to the end of that stanza. And for a last shot of the match, Whitu Shore School ki te whā o Newington. It'll take us into the last quarter. Or is it the last quarter?
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start.
Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change, because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Tēnā koutou anō e hoama. Welcome into this third day of coverage, coming into the sharp end of the competition. And if we look ahead to today's schedule, playing out of Hiwa, we had our first game, which was Newington versus Shaw School, and Newington going down in that one. At St. Cuth's, we had Westlake boys taking on Sacred Heart. Those results will come through shortly, and I'll be able to read those ones out to you. Our next game up, we've got St. Joseph's versus Rangitoto College. And then at St. Cuth's, Tauranga Boys versus Hamilton. From Hiwa here, we have Christchurch Grammar versus Melbourne High. At St. Cuth's, we have King's College versus Auckland Grammar. And then we have St. Kent's versus St. Bede's, Christchurch Boys taking on Rosmini, Trinity Grammar taking on Knox Grammar, Shaw School taking on Westlake Boys. This is at 12:30 at St. Cuth's. 1:30 at Hiwa, Sacred Heart taking on St. Joseph's, Rangitoto taking on Newington, Hamilton Boys taking on Christchurch Grammar, Melbourne High taking on King's College, Auckland Grammar taking on Tauranga Boys, Kristen School taking on St. Kennigan's, Westlake Boys Rangitoto College, Newington taking on Sacred Heart College, St. Joseph's taking on Shaw School, King's College taking on Hamilton, Boys, and then 6:30 tonight we have St. Cuth's taking on St. Cuth's. We have Christchurch Grammar taking on Auckland Grammar, and then Tauranga Boys taking on Melbourne. So that is quite a full lineup today of games for you to view and watch. Mā takitaku atu ki ēnei a kemu, I roto i te kemu tuatahi o te rangi nei. Kei wainga i ngā Newington going down 4 points to Shaw School's 7. And if we look back at it, I think you'll find yesterday Newington winning 14-5 over Christchurch Boys, 15-6 over St. Joseph's. So they would have come into this game fairly confident. But looking back at how Shaw School went yesterday also, Shaw School winning 15-3 over St. Bede's. That was a dominant performance there. And also 14 points to 5 over Trinity Grammar. So those are the two games that they played yesterday. Looking at today, there looks to be quite a few more games for each of these schools. For instance, Newington, we can see that they have got 1, 2, 3 games today. So I would imagine all of those teams having 3 games today. So they're going to be a little bit more tired, but they have already got in there what time the finals will be happening tomorrow. So without a doubt today we'll be figuring out who are going into those different placings as the day progresses. So stay tuned, and very shortly we'll bring you the team lists as those are sent through as the managers fill them out. Our cameraman Quinn on location takes a photo of those and sends them through. So if your managers are writing them nice and clearly, you will get a nice pronunciation of the names. And if not, unfortunately, it will be as best as I can read them. So once again, thank you very much for tuning in. The Rangitoto versus St. Joseph's coming up very soon. Tēnā koutou anō, welcome back to the action here at Hiwa, the Aquatic Centre at Auckland University. And we're straight into the action. Kei Wainganui nei tima. And a fabulous goal there scored by number 2 from Rangitoto, Brown, that is. Sorry, Turva, C. Turva, that is, from Rangitoto. And kei roto i ngā tima ko St. Joseph's, kei roto i ngā pōtai mā, ko Rangitoto kei roto i ngā pōtai Kekorangi. Kei roto i te ringa ngā pōtai Kekorangi i tēnei wā, ko Rangitoto tērā. And ka maka te pōro, kei waho i te uhanga o St. Joseph's, and ka whakatata ia ki te uhanga, engari ka patua te ringa. And the referee says some infraction has been caused he hara tā etahi no reira. Ko ai tērā, ko te nama tahi tērā o St. Joseph's ki. I nai nei ka kōrero ngā kaiwawao ki etahi kāre I te mōhio ko ai tērā. But whilst we wait, let's go through St. Joseph's team list.
And then back to scoreboard.
So from St. Joe's we have number 1 PK, number 2 A Brown, number 4 S Marley, number 5 W Smith, 6 W Tate, 7 H O'Hara, 8 S Cameron, 9 R Jones, 10 C Naden, 11 J Hodson, 12 P Brown, 13 F O'Halloran, and from Rangitoto F Ferron is number 1. Number 2, C. Turva. A. Filippo's number 3. Number 4, Odinson. That's S. Odinson at number 4. 5, C. Turva. 6, C. Saunders. 7, J. Zella. 8, M. Meski. 9, Z. Scott. 10, S. Burke. 12, C. Corvitz, and 13 P. Rousseau, with the coaches from both teams and assistant coaches and managers. He mihi nui kia koutou nā tō tautoko I ēnei tama taiohi. Once again, thank you to those whānau that are tuning in today to this coverage. We wouldn't be able to do this mahi without the support of our sponsors, and those are Nativa, Bailey's, Caltex, Whakata Māori, and Apollo Homes. So mihi nui kia rātou. Secondly, to those parents who've raised these young men to be out here competing in this fantastic sport that is water polo, and given them the opportunity to be at competitions like this to develop their skill base. And here we are, 5 minutes and 30 on the clock, 1-0 at the moment. And as the clock counts down, it's going to be a long shot from there. And kei roto I te ringa o te tiaki uhanga. And on attack now, in the hands of the men, the young men with blue caps, Rangitoto, and a long out shot there, able to be pulled in. The Rangi PK, and he will look ka titiro whakamua ana ia ki etahi tangata e wā te ana. And a long shot taken there as the clock counted down. I te wā ka rongo I ngā hoa tima, te kaute, te mutunga o tērā taima. Ka whakarite anō ia ai. Ko wai tērā nama. Te kaumārua tērā. That's number 12 with that scoring opportunity. And thank you very much to our cameraman, Quinn, capturing that. And number 12 from Rangitoto was Coulters. And in the hands again of that man at the back. And he might have a shooting opportunity here. He does indeed. He manages to get an extension out of the arm and gets some strength behind it. Nā te kaha o tōna whiu, ka u te pōro ki tōna kāinga. Nō reira, rua ki te toru, rua ki te tahi te tatauranga ki a Rangitoto I tēnei wā. And moving the ball, looking and trying to expose an opening, and into that man in the far corner, te kokona tawhiti. And just like that, they take flight to the other end of the pool to try and prepare themselves for an opportunity in attacking. And number 13 there looks forward. Rousseau from Rangitoto, sorry, O'Halloran centers the ball. Kei wainga nui I te Waitakaro. And ka patua te taha o te uhanga. Tērā poro. E rua ngā pāhi ki tērā tū taha o te wai. As they move their ball around, looking for the opportunity, and it was a good shot at goal, but it was equally a good save by the St. Joe's Hato Hohepa. Kei ngā ringa a ngā tama a Rangitoto I tēnei wā. And some Resolute defence shown there by St. Joseph's. Ka kauhoi mai tērā tama kotahi kei. And what is the call? I think it could be a penalty, yes. He will swim forward for an opportunity. And he nearly was able to stop that with 1 minute and 44 on the clock. That levels up the scores here. 2 plays 2 rua ki te rua. Tērā tama nama rua. A. Brown from St. Joseph's, Hato Hohepa. And ball movement across the face. And a quick shot taken there. They still had a bit of time on the clock, but the Rangitoto man saw an opening and thought, let's take it. Don't wait for the clock to count down if the opportunity arises. And that is a tactic we see often. Number 1 PK, just pushing the head forward and leaving the ball available to give themselves some room to pass. And that unfortunately sounds like it's time up. And with 50 seconds to go in the match, they'll have probably one more shot at the goal. Moving once again from left to right, right to left, from the sides to the middle, trying to move that defensive setup. Because once it's established, it's a hard one to contend with. Few moments to go, they'll look to have one last opportunity at a shot, and it'll be a nice way for them to finish the half if they're able to, St. Joe's. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. He'll have a shot at it. And did it go in? It went in. But the question, was it accepted or not? And the umpire, you can see on the far side, the coach having a kōrero. And as we go into the end of the first quarter, 2 plays 2. Now, if we look back how these schools have gone in the competition thus far, let's have a look. Let's have a look, whānau. So, yesterday, from the first day, St. Joseph's 10-3 loss to Westlake boys, and then 11-8 win over Christchurch boys. And then yesterday, St. Joseph's 10-5 win over St. Kennigans. And then a 6-15 loss to Newington. And that brings us to today, and they currently sit neck and neck with Rangitoto. Looking back at Rangitoto's progression to this point, we had Rangitoto, who were in Pool B, They drew their first game with Trinity Grammar. That was 8 playing 8. And then their next game, they went up against Shaw School, who took the match 12 points to 4. That was the first end of the first day. Going into the second day, Rangitoto played Sacred Heart, going down 3 points to 6. And then played St. Bede's, winning that one 13 points to 7. So not as good a run, not the best run for both of these schools, but they are where they are right now, and they both need to get the win. And from our first 2 games of this morning, Newington going down to Shaw School in the first match here at Hiwa, and at the St. Cuthbert's pool. If you don't want to hear the score and you're going to watch it later, the score was Westlake Boys 7, Sacred Heart College 13. And here we are, number 10 tapping it back for his teammates. And number 2 from Rangitoto, his name is Turva. And that is a beautiful score. And if we can see his number 6 from Rangitoto, that is Saunders. C. Saunders, in fact. Tino rongo I te karanga a te kaiako. You can hear the energetic calls there by one of the coaches calling a play. Lovely to see the passion. And centering the ball now. Kei wainga nui I te kōpua wai. Ki te whā te kokona tawhiti. And he'll look to centre, looking for an opening. Now, was it before the clock counted? The umpires and the referees say no. In the hands of number 8. Number 1 put some, number 7 had some pressure put on. That's O'Hara. And look for that quick shot. Pass going a little bit further than they would have liked. He'll look for an opportunity to score here, and from way out. Ka whakamahia tērā whiu ki te uhanga. Engari tino tere ngā ringa a te kai tiaki o te uhanga. And looking, probing forward, getting closer to the goal to take a shot. No one fronting on him. And we didn't hear any countdown from any of his teammates, therefore came to the end of their shot clock. And I'm sure had one of their mates from the sideline been counting, they would have taken that shot. As a player, you're constantly, when there's a shot clock, ticking, that clock's ticking in your head as to how long you have available to you. Look for the backhand shot right now. And that is very quick clock indeed. And the player from St. Joseph's fronting straight up to that player coming with the ball from Rangitoto. And he elevates right out of the water. That is the number 12 again from Rangitoto. We've mentioned his name already. I'm going to go with Cortez because whoever wrote it, it's not quite the easiest to see there. That is a score by number 12 from the opposition team, P. Brown, that is. Kei roto I ngā ringa a Rangitoto. And they're off. A miss there. Not looking to this close to the camera side. And trying to get a little better position to take a shot. And able to get him freeing himself up a little bit. Centering. And a great save there. Ka aukati hia tira kaitiaki o te pō, o te uhanga. Ka te tiro whakamuri, ka whakamua ia. Ki etahi o ona kaitākoro e wātea ana. Ka whiu, ka maka. Ka titiro, ai. Engari, tino tere te neke o ngā ringa a tērā tiaki uhanga. And ka timata anō. And they're looking for that opportunity, and you can hear the coach encouraging his players for full effort. 38 seconds to go in the second period. 4 plays 3. Whā ki te toru. And to the far side he goes for an opportunity right in the middle, but he passes again. No shot there. And a large-dish effort to try and put a bouncing shot onto the goal, but unable and unsuccessful on this occasion. And that is the end of that kota te hau whā tuarua. A koe nei ka timata anō. Very shortly we'll come back with the third quarter. And here they take off, swimming for that ball at the halfway. Straight into the hands of Rangitoto. There it goes. And number 6 straight away coming to the centre. Here it is in the centre. Unable to get his hand to it as they compressed all of those players into and a penalty has been seen. He hara, engari. E ai ki etahi kai wawao, kei a rātou, engari ka huri hia tōna whakaro. Nō reira kei roti te ringa a hato hohepa I naine. And unfortunately he wasn't able to get it just below the cross beam. Ka patua I tērā, ka taka ki roto I te wai. Firing it back there in the hands of number 6 from Rangitoto Saunders. Back to the corner closest to the camera, and it flies out of reach of the keeper and everyone else. Now they prepare themselves for the attack. 4 minutes and 43 seconds in this quarter. Whā ki te toru, 3-4, it's still a tight game. And a pass to nobody, unfortunately. But there is a Rangitoto man out ahead, and he is open. Can he get it away to his mate? No, he can't. Some good defensive work shown there by St. Joseph's. And straight away into the counter-attack. They'll look to get a shot off before a number of hands can get back, and quite clearly that man's head was bobbing under the water. He gets himself available, has a shot, but through some superb keeping work, Rangitoto remain at 4 points to 3. Kei hato hohepa te poro. Kei reira, kei a rātou tonu te poro, engari, ka kitea te kaiwa wao etahi hapa, nō reira, I riro atu te poro, ki a Rangitoto. E ai ki te kaiwa wao, he wai nai nei. Tautuku. Ka riro etahi piro ko whiwhi ia. Te nama ono no Rangitoto. Ko ai tērā, ko C. Saunders tērā. Mahanga waka rongo I tērā ingoa. Nō reira, e rua ngā piro kei mua a Rangitoto I nainei. He'll look for an opportunity to shoot here. They've got plenty of hands in that defensive box, and there was 4 arms in front of him. So no surprises there, not able to get it through those tall, outstretched hands of the competitors from Rangitoto. And taking that straight into his hand is the keeper. And to the open man on that far side who's being hassled. And an opening, not quite capitalising on that opportunity there due to the good defensive pressure. Nā te kaha o ngā kai ārai. Kei roto I te ringa a te nama ono anō, ka kite I tētahi wāhi e wāte ana, mō tōna hoa, and the lob shot almost successful. And there is a tight tussle for that ball. Can it get into the hands? Who has it? It has come to St. Joseph's Hato Hoepa. And ka maka atu te pōro ki tōna hoa, kei mui aia. Tawhiti te maka, roa te maka. Ka te tiro kei wainga nui, and kei reira tētahi o ona hoa tākoro, and a shot goes up. But deftly and skillfully defended by the Rangitoto keeper. And the referee says, and he'll look to feed ahead to his friend who's out in front. There it is. Perfect timing on the pass, not going too far for the keeper. Can he get an arm free though? No, he cannot. He cannot get an arm free. And through desperation defence, St. Joseph's keep themselves in the running for this game, and that koira te whakamutunga o tēnei hauwhā. Nō reira rima ki te toru, a kua nei, ka timata te hauwhā whakamutunga o tēnei kēmu. Utonu mai. And 2 goals down, St. Joseph's are going to want to come out quick. Ka tere tā rātou whakautu i ngā piro e rua. Kei raro rātou i nainei. And that was a decent effort at the goal, but the keeper from Rangitoto up to the challenge as he looks ahead. He finds a man there with a wet pass. And the coach giving some tips from the side. And as they look again, they had a number of hands up blocking the shot. The effectiveness of a pass going to somebody and moving those defensive lines, which we've seen as we move it across the face, is the part that enables them to get the clearer shot with the less defensive arms in the air. And as he feeds to the front, young man, unlucky on that attempt. Didn't quite bounce through, but bounced out. And it can only be millimeters the difference when it hits the middle of the bar and the bottom of the bar and ricochets in. And he has a look and he decides, yes, I have that opportunity, and that is aroha mai te whānau. Couldn't quite catch the number, but it was a valiant effort by the young player. Tērā kai tākaro no Rangitoto te kāriti rā. Ka timata anō a St. Joseph's. Ki te whai i tētahi kōhao kei wainga i ngā kai ārai o tērā kura o Rangitoto. Kāre e toru ngā wā anake ka kite i tētahi kōhao, a ka kite i nainei i te roa o tōna toronga āringa, ki te aukati i tērā maka. Engari, i nainei, ka whiwhi te nama whetu ko ai tērā, ko O'Hara tērā, mihi ana ki a koe, kei reira ia, no reira, ka hopu kina e ia i te poro. Ka u te poro ki roto i te neti, ki te uhanga a Rangitoto. 3 miniti e toi ana i roto i tēnei hau whakamutunga. And with only 2 points in the match, it is without a doubt an important moment right now. He gets the open shot and he manages to pull it back. And that takes it to 1 point with 2 minutes to go. And that is number 12 from St. Joseph's, P. Brown, with a great effort there to get himself open and then unselfishly passing it off to his teammate to take the shot and tighten the lead. And Rangitoto with an opportunity now, unable to put points on the board that time, and so they'll go into the fight to get back the fastest. And they know, you can hear the pressure in the voices, knowing and understanding that very shortly they're going to run out of time if they don't get the ball into the Rangitoto goal. Move in is the call. And a far shot. Almost would have thought that they would have held the ball a little longer to give less time, but the calculated shot, the opening was seen, so the opportunity taken, and they center it, and they'll be looking for a chance to level this game up as they move the defensive lines. There he is with an opening, and he's found it. That is number 8, I do believe. Karora. I think that's S. Karora. Number 8. Apologies if that is not the correct spelling. Once again, if our managers can do it very clearly, then we can see their names and we'll be able to give the mana that those goal scorers deserve. And 6 plays 6. It is all tied up, and some great defensive work shown there by St. Joseph's. They're going to want to quickly turn around, and he's out ahead. Does the keeper come forward to it? No, he doesn't. And over to the side, he's got a clear shot on goal, and he makes it. He makes it that time. And with moments to go, they're going to want to be wanting to look to get a shot. 14 seconds. Last ditch effort. And as they organise, add another 6 seconds. So that'll take it to Te Kaumā Ono Hekona. And this is the closest game we have seen in the stream from Hiwa. And just listening to the calls of the teammates. Te kōrero a ngā kaiako kia whakaritea tēnei wāhi. After being down by 2 points at the start of this quarter, St. Joseph's coming back to now lead. Some instruction coming in from the coaches of St. Joseph's. There may only be one shot at this. And as we look on to what's going to happen. And here we go, the opportunity to get the shot off. And that is blocked. And hang on. No, they've managed to secure possession, and that will bring us to the end of the game. And some elated St. Joseph's students and team members at the closeness of this match. Thank you for joining us. Tēnā koutou I toa koutou hononga mai. A koe nei ka kite I tētahi kēmu anō. Kei wainga nui. Ia Christchurch Grammar Pakangatu ki a Melbourne High. A koe nei ka kite a koutou. Hei kona.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start.
Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Do you think the other sports kind of owe touch a little bit of like thank you for development?
There's a lot of people that have transferred from touch.
I've always credited touch for those skills. It needs a bit more love.
The People's Game, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start.
Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Hey! Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Welcome into this game between Christchurch Grammar and Melbourne. And ka tukuna mai e nei Rarangi ingoa o tēnei kemu. Nō reira, kei roto i te tima o Christchurch Grammar ko Al Kirby, Hogan, Loba, Glue, Martinek, Bailey, Crummin, Jeffries, Gibson, Sheldrick, Gillard, Watts, Leach, and then we have Yassim Ahmet in the Melbourne team, Nick Vildovez, Charlie Tanner, Fred Roberts, Ashley Nguyen, Mitch Bowen, Zach Kelly, Xander Withers, Kevin Zhang, Phineas Millard, Eugene Tu, Josh Holtz, Joan Quach, and Felix Neal as your players from the two teams. And as the game progresses, we will tell you who's who as goals are scored or actions are executed. And we have Melbourne I roto I ngā pōtai kikorangi. That's Melbourne in the blue hats. And we have Christchurch Grammar I roto I ngā pōtai mā. Melbourne now with an opportunity to score. Not too many hands in front of him. And he manages at great height to slam it down. And that is number 2 from Melbourne, Nick Vildovez. So mihi ana ki a koe me tō o pukenga maha e hoa. And that pressure straight away being applied to Christchurch Grammar here. And as they move the ball around the top, I tell you, when they have those arms outreached, the speed and reactionary precision to get those hands up and to block those shots, he rawe. And I bet a few of these athletes are probably cross-code athletes as well, who could take the fitness and strength that they have in this game to a whole number of sports. And ka riro atu te poro kia ngā tama tāne o tautahi. Ka kite I te hapa, te hara. And once again, Melbourne getting themselves into a dangerous position, moving those defensive arms from left to right. Taha matau, taha MΑΟRI, kia whakaritea. And as the keeper brings it out, he looks ahead for the open man, and he's found it on that far side there. As he comes forward looking for an opening, comes back to the middle. Open man here with a shot. He'll have a shot at that, no doubt. No, looks, one arm up, rejected there by the keeper, but he looks to the middle. Here we go, and Christchurch Grammar levelling up the scores, and that is your number 6 from Christchurch who is E. Bailey. Well done, E. Bailey, to make yourself available, receive the pass, and then to finish. Good work, young man. Melbourne now with the opportunity to come back and show what they've got. Whakātu atu ki te marea, tō rātou pukenga, maha. Nā te tere o tōna kauhoi, ka whakaritea ia, tata, ia, ka kite I tērā whiu roa, ko ia anake I reira, he'll have a look there, one-on-one, can he get the shot off? Yes, he can, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was Bailey again, but let's have a look. Ko wai tērā. No. Aroha mai wasn't able to get that number, but the speed at which those young men swam, te no tere tō rātou kauhoi, e whakawātea ai I a rātou, kia whiu tērā poro ki rite I te uhanga o Melbourne, and just like that, they go up 2 points with some quick counter-attacks. That defensive hand going up. And once again, they'll be looking. And as they get further out, the defensive man comes back and off they go again. The push to get down the pool and get into a shooting position as quickly as possible. And ka kite I reira te kōrero a te kaiako. Kaiako being the coach. Kōrero being his words or him saying something. And a shot again, but this time the defence from Melbourne ready and able to defend that shot. And for those from Melbourne, the Māori name for Melbourne is Poipiripi. Often when new names were being given to places, they came about due to the port's name. So I would imagine the main port in Melbourne must be Port Phillip, because Piripi is Phillip. So, koera te ingoa Māori, that's the Māori name for Melbourne, Poipiripi. Just like Sydney is Poihākina, Port Jackson. And as quick as they can, they're getting down to the opposite end to have a shot again. And I can imagine a lot of these players would be champion swimmers at their schools as well. Probably not even at their schools, maybe even at their states, or some countrywide winners as champions as well, perhaps. With 7 seconds, no doubt we'll see a long shot go in. There it is. Oh, and it was a good effort. So, coming to the end of the first period, we have Rua 2 to Melbourne's Tahi 1. Right, we'll take a quick break. Thank you to our sponsors, Caltex, Apollo Projects, Whakaata Māori, Bailey's, for coming and bringing this coverage to you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Back into the action. Who's going to get to that halfway mark first? It is the boys from Christchurch Grammar. Number 5 from Christchurch with the ball at present and giving that pass over. That is Z Martinez. Martinic. And we have a penalty opportunity here. Penalty throw. Wai mari e. Ko whiwhi tētahi piro. Ki te nama whā. O tērā tīma no Christchurch ko Maglu tērā. C Maglu. Nō reira, toru ki te tahi, te tatauranga. And a shot at goal there by ngā tama a Poi Piripi. Kei a o tautahi te poro I nai nei. Ka neke te poro. Tētahi kei te taha, kei wainga nui. Engari auare ake kare I whiwhi tētahi piro. He wainga nui I te kōpua wai anō te poro. Ai. Kei roto I te ringa Poi Piripi anō. Ka titiro atu rātou ki tētahi kohao kei wainga nui te ārai o tautahi engari kāre e kite ka tikina ngā tama o tautahi te poro, ka whakarite a rātou, te patua, te whiu I te poro, ka kite te hihiri, kei roto I tērā kaiako no Poi Piripi. Kei reira ia, ngari kāre, kua tai te poro kei roto rā. I te uhanga. And for those wondering, why is Ethan, the commentator, speaking in Te Reo Māori? It is because Whakaata Māori have tried to support high school sports by encouraging the use of our native language here, our indigenous language here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Reo Māori, to our young people so they can learn a few words as they grow. Many of these kupu, or these words, were created here amongst the environment of New Zealand, and some of them have to be made up because there was no water polo. So, but we'll use the terminology that we know. So, Kaiwa Wal being the referee, and they said at that point that the ball's out. It is Grammar's ball, and they hit out. Mai tō rātou taha o te kia roha mai, kei roto I te ringa o tautahi Christchurch I nai nei. Kei o tautahi anō te poro. As they move the ball. And great save there We saw that's the perfect angle really for our coverage to be able to see that shot go off. It'd be interesting to find out what the average time spent swimming in a polo match is. So, asking the question of our good friend Google, a typical 6-minute period of active play, a water polo player swims in approximately 250 to 450 meters. This is the estimation based on data from a full-length game. And that could well be for open men's as well. You always swim faster when you've got somebody trying to kick you in the head. So we look now to the players, and once again thank you to those friends and family that have tuned in from Christchurch and Melbourne, no doubt wanting to come over and support their sons, but they aren't able to be here in person. So it's a pleasure for us to be able to bring you this coverage today from Hiwa in Te Taumata. And there we have a shot taken by number 12. Number 12 getting that score, and he is Joa Quich. On my 12 was Josh Holtz. And again, here we have the ball in the hands of Otautahi Christchurch. And as they move the ball left to right, right to left, he finds an opening and threads the needle. And that is number 12 from, so all the 12s are scoring points today, and that's Waltz, Waltz. And looking to find the open man. And the call has been against the players from Melbourne, and out the Christchurch Grammar boys break. He is a man on his own there, has a shot, gets the rebound, has a second shot, and it flies over the top. And the Melbourne boys are ecstatic that they weren't able to capitalise on that opportunity there. And that brings us to the end of the second quarter. Te hau whā tuarua, no reira kia mautonu mai. A koe nei ka timata anō, te hau rua tuarua. whakaritea ngā kau hoi I nai nei. Ka whiu te pōro ki roto. Ka tai atu te nama Hiwa. Mai te kura o tautahi Gibson, J Gibson, tērā. En ka whakatata ia ki te uhanga o poi piripi. E toru ngā kaitākaro e aukati I tērā tangata kai wainga nui. He tino tata ana ki te uhanga. Ka neke, ka maka, ka whakatata ana rātau ki te uhanga o tautahi. Ka whiu te pōro, tino kā te whiu engari. Kāre I ki te neti o Christchurch. Hiki nā te pōro, teitei te heke, te piki. Ka whakarite anō rātau. Ka kite I tētahi kōhao, I roto I te ārai engari. Kāre kua puta te piro. Kāre e whiwhi te piro ki a rātau, a tama o tautahi. Kei roto I te ringa te kai tiaki o te uhanga. Maka atu ki te rātu taha o te wai. Ka whakarite anō, engari he tino tere te ringa a te tama. And 2 shots at goal he had there. And as the goalkeeper looks forward, there are 2 yellow hats in the corner, but they're going to have another go at scoring. And the ball movement continues right in front. And here comes that other player that was sent to the corner. And he's now got the ball, and he's going to pop up and have a shot at goal, and he is successful. That shows the strength of the new man coming into the game, and ko tōna nama, ko te kau. Sheldrick tērā, L. Sheldrick, no te kura o tautahi. His elevation out of the water, to be able to find the space and the power to thrust that ball into the net. Well done, young man. Ka pai o mahi. E tama. And elevating out of the water once again is the man from Poipiripi, Melbourne, but unable to find the top corner of the net in which he was trying. And the tussle happening there between the swimmers, the players, and as Christchurch bringing it down, there's a one-on-one opportunity. And some great work by the keeper there to restrict access to the young man from Ōtautahi. And another good effort at a shot, but going straight to the face of the Ōtautahi keeper. And he maneuvers forward, which is a risky business, because if there should be a turnover, they have a direct shot on your goal without. And that is a good pass. He's finding himself with an open lane there. He's trying to get open, not able to. Foul is called. They move the ball with an open man with an open shot. Here we have a go at that. And some fantastic defensive work shown there by Melbourne. Ngā taitamatane o Poipiripi. Mō reira ka rere atu ki te taha mātau o te kōpū wai. Some simple terms here for our whānau. Want you to learn a little bit more? We got poro, ball. We've got wai, water. We have kaitākaro, which is a player. Kaiako, which is your coaches. Kaiwawao, which are your referees. And kohoi, which are swimmers or swimming. And kaitiaki o te uhanga being the goal, kaitiaki being the carer, or the keeper in this instance. And an attempt made there, flying just over the top of the crossbar. O tautahi anō, kei te rohe mō rea rea. For those who are wondering what mō rea rea is, that's danger. Wāhi is a zone or area, so danger area or danger zone. Wāhi mō rea rea. "13 seconds to go. They'll have one last go at a shot here, and that man's making quick pace down, and he'll have a shot at goal. No luck there. And we can see the coach getting rather upset with the umpire on that far left side, but that'll take us to the end of the third period. Rima ki te toru, 5-3. Come back very shortly for the last and final quarter. back into the action here. We have the ball in the hands of Ōtautahi. 6 minutes left in this match. 3 plays 5. Grammar up by 2. And the countdown will no doubt begin shortly. Look at that beautiful backspin, but unfortunately the aim wasn't able to get it to the side. And it's found and captured by the keeper from Poipiripi. Ka rere atu rātou e he rawe te hopu I tērā poro o tērā tiaki o te uhanga. Ka te tiro whakamua ia. Ka whakaritea tama o tautahi ki te whiu, te poro ki te netira. Pai te aukati, te ārai I tērā whiu. Mō reira, ka riro te poro kia Poipiripi, ke roto I te ringa a te nama. And e wā te ana tērā tama. Rawe te ārai o ngā kaitākaro o tautahi. Ka āraiti anō ngā tama o tautahi. Ka whiu. Ka wehe atu. Kua mahoe te poro kia o tautahi nai nei. He maka māku tēnā. Māku being wet. Maka being pass, wet pass. The pass is going straight to the water rather than to hand. That's māku, wet. Maka, pass. Rongo I te karanga, te tangi a te kaiako. You can hear the exasperated cries of the coaching staff. You can hear that enthusiasm coming in from them. Great to hear. And once again, thank you, massive thank you. And that's a beautiful goal there. It's a beautiful goal, a catch, a spin. And did we get the number of that young fellow there? No. But it was a beautiful goal there by Ōtautahi. 6-3. And off they go again. Ono ki te toru. And goal scored. That was number 7 or number 12, I'm unsure. Let's go with number 7, Mitch Bowen, or number 12, Josh Holtz. I'll give you credit to both of you. Because I couldn't quite see who pulled that one off, but whānau at home may well have known. And that's leveled the game up a little bit more. And good save again. Melbourne with an opportunity here. And that's a rirohanga, a turnover. And here we have the penalty shot. Tautaku. And as he elevated to get some power from the shot, he's lost the ball. Nō reira, ball goes over to the opposition. Melbourne te poro, engari, some great defence again by the young men from Ōtautahi. Christchurch, and with a minute to go, they're going to be in no hurry to move the ball, with Melbourne needing 2 goals. And the clock's been stopped. And time runs out, and the clock's still going. So with not much time left to go, they're going to have to quickly come up with 2 goals in 31 seconds. Aroha mai tērā, we must have accidentally pushed the button. Luckily it wasn't right when a goal was about to be scored. And they're just going to run the clock down there. And that, koera te mutunga o tēnei kēmu, ko Christchurch Grammar, ngā taitamatane o Ōtautahi, ngā toa i tēnei wā, nō reira, utonu mai, te kēmu e whai ake nei. Our next game up we have St. Kennigan's taking on St. Bede's. And on the other channel, we'll have Christchurch Boys versus Rosemary College. So if you want to support those teams, get along to those. Otherwise, kia ora tātou katoa.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. By my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change, because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Do you think the other sports kind of owe touch a little bit of like thank you for development?
There's a lot of people that have transferred from touch.
I've always credited touch for those skills. It needs a bit more love.
The People's Game, ki Māori plus, me whakaata Māori.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Hey! Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change, side by side, with nature, with each other, through research, investment, and practical innovation. Because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Get the the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
No mai anō e hoa mā. Here we are for the matchup between Trinity Grammar and Knox Grammar. Here at Hiwa, the Auckland University Taumatarau facility. And from Knox Grammar, firstly, we've got Guy Wood, Jake Cox, Hugo Cook, William Kazaglis, Kobe Cox, Jack Leister, Xavier Langsworth, Christian Kean, Harry Ross Williams Simonson, Daniel Liu, Soren Moon, Charlie Shearer, and Eason Ma head coach Nixon Wong. And from Trinity, Elijah Harding, Dylan Blythe, Taj Young, Lachlan Stewart, Oliver Newton, Calvin Doyle, Huron Miletus, Jaden Sivaprao, Carlo Furin, and here they are underway. Down on this close side to near side to the camera. And those wondering where Knox Grammar School is, it's in Wahroonga in New South Wales, Australia. And Trinity Grammar is in Victoria, in Kew, Victoria. Here we go. Back to game action now. Coming to the near side with number 7, I do believe. And the pass into the midst there. Not able to get a shot off though. And as the pack move back, that long throw te Makaroa ki te tama, te Namarua, or Trinity, Dylan Blythe. And kei roto I te ringa a Trinity I tēnei wā, a ka whai tētahi ara mā te poro ki tōna kainga. Ka kawea e Knox Grammar I te poro. Nama ono tērā. And rawe tērā whiunga te Namarua. Jake Cox, perhaps. And number 12 there from Trinity Grammar with the goal that time. And that was Dylan Blythe, number 12, sorry. Jake, maybe? Farrow? In the middle of the pool at the moment, aye. And the countdown coming. Understanding the countdown was coming to the end. They've taken off, but they've realised that, no, there was a foul incurred there, so he'll be looking for a shot at this point, no doubt. To the centre. And there's a call going out to Ethan to get back, but a great save there by Trinity's keeper. Te kaitiaki o te uhanga. Ka wāte ana tērā tama, engari kei reira tētahi kai ārai. Mō te kura o Knox Grammar. Ka tere te kauhoi a ngā tama ki te taha o Trinity, engari end of that first quarter sees Trinity Grammar down by 1 to Knox. Now, whānau, let's have a look back at how these teams have progressed to this point. We will look firstly to the games held on the first day. So looking at Trinity's record so far, on the Wednesday, Trinity played their first game against Rangitoto College, drawing that one 8 points to 8 points. Their next game, they went up against St. Bede's and winning that one by a narrow margin, 11 points to 10. Second day, they played Shaw School and they went down 14 points to 5. And then their last game against Sacred Heart, 21 points to 6. Looking to Knox Grammar in their first game of the day. They drew with Rosmini College. Second game on the first day, they went down 12-8. 12-8 to Tauranga Boys. And the second day, they went down 4-6 against Kings. And then their last game of yesterday, they played Christchurch Grammar and they went down 6 points to 11. So not some of the best results that they probably hoped for, but looking back on the games from today, we've had a number of games played already. Newington losing by 3 points to Shaw School. Westlake Boys going down to Sacred Heart, 7 points to 13. St. Joseph's 7-6 against Rangitoto. Tauranga Boys 8 points to 12 against Hamilton. Christchurch Grammar 6-4 against Melbourne High. King's College 14-7 against Auckland Grammar. St. Ken's 8-16 versus St. Bede's. Christchurch Boys versus Rosmini College 8 points to 7. So some close matches. And we have in the hands of the Knox Grammar the ball at the moment. And there is a tussle for that ball, but it has been gathered in. Mai ngā kaitākaro, ngā kauhoi or Trinity, and he makes his way direct to the goal mouth. Foul being called there on Knox Grammar, so he'll look to shift that ball for an open shot, and a brilliant save there by the Knox Grammar keeper. And that will take flight to the opposite end. And looking for an open man. He finds there in the middle, but three men converge on him. And as the countdown begins, he will look to get a shot off. That reverse stroke not happening because that player from Trinity put his body in the direct path of the ball and didn't allow him to complete the shot effectively. Now Trinity with an opportunity for a shot as they move the ball to try and shift that defense, and ricocheting off that right hand upright, te pau piro matau or Trinity. And a brilliant interception there by that man from Trinity Grammar. With great pace, he takes it down that far side of the pool, and he will pop his head up for a look. What support does he have to the far side if he can gather that quickly? And the umpires, Kaiwawao, have a discussion. And decide that they will award a free shot, and the equaliser comes about through the hands of number 3. So number 3 with that score from Trinity Grammar, Taj Young. Well done, Taj Young. Through to the number 9 from Knox, Harry Ross. And he will look Titiro Whakamua forward. And there are a few hands in front of him, but that man extends his body from the water, and that is the same young man that scored the last goal, Taj Young, elevated out of the water with the strength of his thrust from his legs and scores that beautiful goal. Congratulations once again, Taj Young, making his mark on this match. 2 points, Trinity Grammar on the 1. And as we look ahead, number 9 from Knox, Harry Ross, for the cross ball, almost tipped in. He looks to the umpire as if to say, was there no held back there? And the referee says, no, not for my vision. And 1-on-1, unfortunately not able to complete that fantastic sprint. And instead they take it back and feed it to that number 9 once again, Ross. Looking, searching for an opening. And the advantage going the way of Trinity Grammar. So they'll look ahead and they push it forward again. Look out for that young man, Taj Young, who's been creating havoc for the Knox Grammar defensive set. And as he crosses it, a shot goes up again. And who is that? Number 12, Oliver Verone from Trinity with a nice long shot. Fiu roa. Hei whakau I te pōro. Ki roto I tōna kāinga Trinity. And watching that centre man go through, there's no one with him at the moment, and there he is. Can he get a hand free? Yes, he can. Yes, he does. Even though he had players all over him. Number 5 showing some great strength, and that's Kobe Locke, I think it is. So great effort there to free the arms and get the shot away. Once again, if there is any mispronunciation of our young players' names, do reach out and send us a message at Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram, and I can write and correct that for our whānau at home. And that is a great pull-in, a wind-up and score by that number 12 who we've spoken about previously, Oliver Verone. A little wind-up and then kabow into the back of the net. It's what we like to see. And Knox Grammar will be considering some changes to the defence to compensate for that player's strength in shooting. And the forward pass to his swimming companion, not able to be found. But that long push forward. "16 seconds to go. Clock running down. One more opportunity perhaps. Look for that Oliver perhaps to have another shot, and he does. But they have learnt the lessons from previous encounters and knew what was coming. So at 5 points to 2 according to this big scoreboard. We look now into the end of the second quarter. Join us shortly for all the action for the third quarter. A koa ke nei e hoa mā. back into the action here. And that was a good effort to get to it. That's number 2 there from Knox Grammar. Jake Cox with the speed out the box. Ka whiua tōna ringa ki te rangi a tērā tama. And the elevation by that young player, number 2, who we just mentioned, Jake Cox, elevating himself out of the water, freeing his arms and slamming it into the back of the net. Advantage going the way of Trinity. Ka maka atu ki te tangata kei wainga nui i ngā kai ārai o Knox Grammar. Ka karanga a te kaiako ki ngā kai tākaro. E nai nei, ka ki atu āia. Ki te kaiako he rutu aroha mai, he maka roa rawatu tēnā. Ka whiua kei wainga nui, engari kāre ia kia mau i te poro. And an open man there now with a free run to the net, and asking the question, is that number 12 from Trinity, Luke Farrar, Oliver Varone, as we spoke about before. And he is making his way to the sideline for a little break. Next player coming into the action. Ka timata anō. 2 points e rima ki te rua. Trinity Grammar up by 3. E toru ngā piro. In the grasp of the keeper now with a long pass down to an open man. None other than Dylan Blythe, who makes the long pass across. Is now looking, there's a middleman that he might go to, and for the quick flick. And some great effort shown there by the keeper from Knox Grammar, managing to hold out that shot. Once again, they look to the middle. A few expletives being used on the water. Expletives, aroha mai. Expletives, shiver me crippers. Moving the ball rapidly around the outer, looking for the defensive glitch. And could this be the moment? There's plenty of hands in the air. No. Good defensive effort shown there by the boys in the white pōtai, ngā pōtai mā. And that's the difficulty in getting the whole team down there once there's a set defensive ring. More arms in the air, putting up defensive structures around that goal. And they will look to fly now and be fed by that kaitiaki o te uhanga. And just like that, they're in striking range. And he will look to move it again. Looking for an open man in the middle. Is there any? And he'll look to get a shot off here, I'd imagine. And he does just that. Coming away with the goal is Huron Miletos. Once again, naroha mai, if my pronunciation is a bit off, do check me on that and send it through with the correct pronunciation to Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram, and I will make sure that that is remedied. But we are here for the third day of competition. One more day coming on tomorrow. Bringing the ball forward here, we have number 3 moving it out there to the bottom corner. Corner closest to the camera here. 3 points to 7 the score with 2 minutes and 23 remaining in this third quarter. Te hauwha tua toru. Rua miniti me tekau mā rua he kona e toi ana. Ka timata anō I konei I roto I te ringa o Knox. Me te whiu roa ki tērā tūtaha, kei wainga nui I nai nei te poro, ka whakaritea tētahi whiu ki te uhanga, ka aukati hia. Ngā kai ārai o Trinity Grammar. Tere tā rātou kauhoi, ki tērā tū taha o te kōpua wai, kāre he tangata e tai atu ki aia, e ai ki te kai wawao, ka mau tōna hoa riri I aia, nō reira ka whakaritea e ia, tētahi whiu tautuku. Ana, kua tau ki roto I te uhanga a Knox Grammar, and ka piki te tatauranga a Trinity ki te waru. Waru ki te toru, I nai nei te tatauranga. That's 8 points, waru ki te toru, 3. And as he swims forward unimpeded until he was fronted by one of the Trinity Grammar players, he looks to move it to open water, but that open water is soon occupied by the players from Trinity, and now they're on the counter-attack, and there is a surge of water out there as the pack moves back to the other end of the playing area. But it is secured by Knox without a shot being made, and that is part of good defensive structures, not allowing the opposition to get within shooting distance. The pressure that is applied when the countdown starts happening. And I tell you what, there were a few hands there, but through his skilled number 13 is able to thread that needle, and that is Charlie Shear. And Charlie with the ball again, with the long pass over to his friend, who was looking to rein that in, but with 19 seconds, they're going to have to work hard to pull this one back, Knox, because they are 5 points down, and that is a rather large differential at this stage, and they're not going to want... Oh, you would have thought they might have taken an earlier shot, but that brings us to the end of the third quarter. Te hauwha tuatoru, and all the action And Knox Grammar trying to come back will be with us very shortly. Don't go too far, whānau.
Feet forward, please.
No, en ko ai tērā, ka tai atu ki te pōro tuatai ko te nama rua no Knox ko Jamie Cox. Tērā. He's obviously one of their fastest swimmers is Mr. Cox because he got there quick, snappy, and now they look and for an opportunity to get a shot off, and he does just that. It's come off the top of the keeper, his head, and to the top of the crossbar. He looks for an open man, finds an open man, but the whistle had blown, so oh, the tap-in, almost successful, but not quite. Now they look to clear the ball out. There's a 2-on-1 there, so he's going to have to try his hardest. And that shot clock is over. Ko ka hua. I nai nei, ko Trinity Grammar tērā. And as that man from Knox pushes forward, they're needing some goals right away, and he elevates looking for that shot, and desperation builds as the clock ticks down, as Knox understand that without the ball they haven't got a chance to pull and claw that lead of 5 points back. And that pass to the middle as they tussle for the ball. They're going to have to work really quickly because 5 points in 3 minutes is a very, very tough call. Brilliant take and pass there. You need to take a shot here, and that may be the last effort. And the shot clock running down without an opportunity to finish that one off. And Trinity looking to have done enough to secure the win in this match, but they'll still want to make sure they don't concede any more points because of for and against. Count back of goals, no doubt. And that's an open man. And just as we spoke of it, a beautiful cross pull throw to number 4 there from Knox Grammar, who is Will Cazalis. And that takes it to a 4-point lead now. Bringing it up on the far side in the middle of the pool is Trinity Grammar. They'll look to peel back one of those points that just was scored by Knox Grammar. And he'll look to elevate, and he's not able to do that, but he gets enough elevation to pull off that shot and get another one. That is number 3, none other than Taj Young, who has scored a number of goals in today's match. And the young whānau will be happy with his performance, as will his teammates and coaches. And with that, I want to say a massive thank you to the coaches that put in so much effort into assisting these young people to develop as young athletes, but not only as athletes but as good young men, and also the referees who helped conduct and officiate these games so that they are played in good spirit. With 1 minute and 19 seconds to go, this penalty shot will elevate if it is made. Knox. Ooh. Did that go in or did it hit the post? I'm not too sure. We'll soon see if they start back at the halfway mark, which they are. So yeah, it was scored, that goal. So Knox, Trinity having one more opportunity now. And most likely so will Knox, in fact. And the referee, the umpire, the officiator says Knox ball. So they will look to close this gap as he holds off the defender with some strength, and that man's getting away there. He's looking to find some space of his own. And with 30 seconds to go, there may be a last effort here by Trinity to get one more shot off, and he's made himself available to do that. Oh, what a great little spin move there. And that goes to the back of the net, moving the score to 10 points. And with that, we will come to the end of this game. It's been a pleasure bringing you this match. Once again, Thank you to our sponsors, Nativa, Apollo Projects, Caltex, Whakaata Māori, Bailey's, Ngā Kai Tautoko katoa. Without their kind support, these matches wouldn't have been able to be brought to you today. So if you're able to give them some support in any way that you can, it will be appreciated by us and by them. End of the match. The score is 10 points to 5. Te kau ki te rima. Thank you for joining us on this coverage. We will see you for the next game up, which is between, and I'm just going to bring up my program, which tells me it will be Trinity Grammar, Aroha mai, Sacred Heart College versus St. Joseph's. Join us back here shortly. Kia ora tātou katoa. I apologise, they're still taking a penalty shot, so we shall not leave you just yet. We shall continue.
Do you think the other sports kind of owe touch a little bit of like thank you for development?
There's a lot of people.
Not sure if that shot was made at Tefano, but that's okay. Sorry, we cut away a little bit too early, but we will bring you the update on that shot after coming into our next match, which will happen shortly. Be back at 1:30. Kia ora tātou.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change, because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the track suits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome back, and very shortly we'll kick into this game between St. Joseph's and Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart coming out in the white caps, ngā pōtai mā, and St. Joseph's coming out in the blue caps, ngā pōtai kikorangi. Now let's run through the team lists. 1, we have Horibrook. 2, we have T. Shula. 3, we have Cornford. 4, T. McLean. 5, S. Cunningham. 6, H. Dougal. 7, H. Moore. 8, H. Munro. 10, S. Dunn. 11, L. George. 12, T. Rawiri. 13, S. McBride. And 14, G. Gola. Those are the members from Sacred Heart, and mihi ana ki te kai whakarite o tērā tima nā te kaha o tōna tuhinga. Beautiful writing there, and I can read all of those names clear as day. And then going down to the St. Joseph's team in the blue, we have PK, that's number 1, A. Brown, number 2, B. Olsen, number 3, S. Manley, number 4, W. Smith, number 5, W. Tate, number 6, O'Hara, number 7, S. Cameron, number 8, R. Jones, number 9, 10, C. Nardum, number 11, J. Hodgson, number 12, P. Brock, number 13, F. O'Halloran. And those are your team members for this next matchup, due to kick off any moment now. There we have the ref walking in front of the camera, which indicates to me that he's probably getting the teams up and ready to rock and roll. And the 6-minute timer for the first period, te hauwhā tuatahi, ka whakaritia e ia, ana, ko ai te tima, ko tērā te namarima, my Sacred Heart, ko S. Cunningham tērā. Mau ana i te poro, and as they look around for an opening, elevation out of the water there by the Sacred Heart member, unable to find the back of the net as he was planning. And out they shoot St. Joseph's quick as lightning for a shot on goal. And the Kaiwa Wal, the referee, says advantage here is going to go to Sacred Heart. And ko te kaitiaki, e te tiro whakamua ana. E nāia nei, ka maka te poro kei wainga i ngā kaitākaro o Sacred Heart. And it's a brilliant shot there. And before the ball had even reached the keeper,
Play the shot clock.
and there we have it, St. Joseph's Hato Hohepa with the start they were absolutely looking for, and that is us, number 8, I do believe it was, who is Cameron, S. Cameron from St. Joseph's Hato Hohepa, with the first goal of the day. Casually bringing it up with little defensive pressure. It came back into their zone defense and very close to making it in there. But the referee has seen something to say that Sacred Heart should get the ball back, and so they pull back into this corner and they re-look at their best options. Willie goes for a shot there. No, that's just gone over the head of one of those Sacred Heart players, so he looks around for any openings. Goes for a lob shot. Unable to find the target he was after. And so St. Joseph's taking it down to the other end of the pool now. And a penalty has been awarded. They will stand by for the shot. And he has been successful. That is... No, perhaps he wasn't successful. That's why they haven't come back to the halfway and started as they usually would. And beautifully threaded through the defensive arms there by the Sacred Heart player. Then we'll bring it back to kick it off again. And there's St. Joseph's ka kawea I te poro ki te uhanga o Sacred Heart. Ngā kautapu. E nui te pakanga kei wainga I ērā tama. Nui ngā raru. I rota I te wai ka kite au. Long ball being fed down to their bottom corner with the lob over the top. And that man has found the back of the net with some precision and not a lot of power needed. He just simply bounced it with a quick shot. Because the pass by his teammate was the one that found him open, and that didn't give enough time for the keeper there from St. Joseph's to get into place to defend that adequately. And so St. Joseph's will come back and try to rebalance the scoreline. And there we are. There we have Sacred Heart in an attacking position. And they'll look now maybe to get a shot off. There's a lot of arms there. If he can wiggle that one through, that would be an awesome shot. But those arms of defence able to thwart that attempt. With a lightning quick spin after the whistle was blown, the number 7 there, or was it the number 2? I think it may well be the number 2 from St. Joseph's, A. Brown, able to just quickly make use of that and gather some more points for his team members. There's a lot of tussling going on with those players right in front of the goal. And again, there's a hand free, and he slams that to the back of the net and swims back again. That brings us to the conclusion of the first period between Sacred Heart and St. Joseph's, Hato Hohepa and Ngākau Tapu. Ako nei ka timata te haurua, tuarua. Stay tuned, e te whānau. Back in the action, and some quick strokes there by number 5 from Sacred Heart, S. Cunningham, bringing in that ball. And some excitement shown by the coaching staff from St. Joseph's. And as they feed their ball around, they're looking for the least amount of hands blocking the shot. And they may well run out of time. There's an open man there, but the hand pulls it in and blocks that shot. Whakaarai I tērā whiunga. Neke ngā tama a St. Joe's ki ngā wāhi e wā te ana, engari nā te mahi o tērā tama o Sacred Heart Ngākau Tapu, they're able to close the gap. They move the ball around the top and outer edge of the goal area. There's a man open from Sacred Heart who's unable. There it is, and it's off the top corner. Pull back in. Hopuana a Hato Hohepa I te poro. Ka maka ki tōna hoa hou. E hono ana ki ona hoa. ngā kauhoi. O ka whiu tō tika tērā poro ki te kaitiaki o Sacred Heart ngā kautapu. And there's an open shot there if he can get it. No, the defensive players were able to get in front in time. And unfortunately, a foul was called, so no goal scored. And a lovely save there. Mai I tērā tama no hato no ngā kautapu, Sacred Heart. With the long throw over again, looking to repeat the previous strategy. And to the middle with the cross and the tap-in. Have they deemed that a goal? There's a bit of pointing going on. And I think, yes, they have awarded the goal. So they will reset at the halfway, and that takes our score te tatauranga. 4 ki te rua 2. Now St. Joseph's put in the position of having to claw back. And to be honest, today we haven't seen too many people come back, except for one of the games earlier on where they were down by 2 points and they managed to claw their way back and win by 1. So the whānau and supporters of St. Joseph's will be hoping for that same process to happen here. And there is, and he winds up that shot. And he'll look now to centre. And a great block. The ball goes all the way back, and they will get another 18 seconds to have a go at it. And a brilliant shot, and we're just at the right angle. That is number 12 from St. Joseph School, who is Hodgson. J, that is. Aroha mai, that's P. Brown, number 12. Hodgson's in number 11. As they prepare themselves once again, Sacred Heart, to try and extend that lead. Obviously, St. Joseph's are going to do their darndest to not even give them an opportunity. And just like that, to come back and score a goal that quickly, number 11 from Sacred Heart, that is L. George. Rawe torn a few. Great little show of skill to just pop that over the top of those defenders, not using his strength but using his finesse. E nai nei kei roti te ringa o Hato Hohepa me tērā ārai a te poro a te tama kei Murira. Ka kite I nai nei I te mā, te huka huka o te wai I te wā, e tere te kauhoi a ngā tama I tērā tūtaha o te kopua wai. Ka titiro ia ki etahi tāngata e wāte ana. Kei reira te poro. Nā ka rongo I ngā karanga tautoko I ona kaitākaro no tērā kura o Hato Hohepa. And to block is Ārai. So we have some of those young men putting up some brilliant blocks. And we've seen how important the counter-attack is throughout the last few days. Number 12 from Sacred Heart with ball in hand, that is T. Rawiri. And they'll look to find that man again, and unfortunately their ball not going far enough to find the man in the corner. So they'll look to get out quickly and try and shut down this 2-point lead that they currently have. And their man gets across in time to make it difficult for a pass up to his teammates. And he'll have a go at it. And that is such a powerful shot. And the ref is thinking about, we're not sure if it's been called yet. So there's a couple of seconds left. It was scored, that goal, which closes that to, oh, it was a very close shot, that last shot a goal to Fiu Whakamutunga, and that brings us to the end of the first half. And as the teams cross to the other side, we will await the action that is obviously going to happen in the next half, because 4 plays 5. Don't go anywhere, whānau, if you want to see the result of this coming up shortly. Ki te kēmu I nai nei. Kei roto I te ringa o Hato Hohepa, te poro. Te nama whitu, tērā. O, he pakanga nui kei wainga I era tama. Ka whangaia, te poro. Ka titiro ia. O, pai te āraia tērā tama. No Hato Hohepa. He makaroa ki te taha tawhiti. O, e wāte ana. Ko tahi anaka te tangata ka mui aia. Ei, e rua ngā wā e āraitia nā tērā kaitiaki o te uhanga. Miharo tōna mahi. Kei a hato, kei a ngā kautapu te pōro i nai nei. Ka hopu kina e te kaitiaki i te pōro. He makaroa tērā hoki ki tērā tama e wāte ana. Ka trai ia ki te whiu i te pōro. Kei reira tētahi tama no hato hoepa. Engari ka rutua. Ka titiro ki whakawaho, ka titiro whakawaho. Ka titiro anō, ka neke te pōro, ka titiro whakamua. Ka whiu. E te ki a te kaiwa wao. Ka timata i te kokona. Ka whiu anō te pōro. Ko tai mai etahi tangata hou ki rote i te kōpua wai. Ka whakararu-raru. Te tama no hato hohepa. I te rātu tama o ngā kautapu. Kei wainga pū tērā tama, engari pai te aukati i tōna nekehanga. Ka te tiro whakamua anō, kei reira etahi. Ka titiro iho, ka titiro ki wainga nui o te kōpua wai. Ka patua te paupau. Paupiro taha matau. Ka hopu kina e te kaitiaki. Ka whiu whakamua. Ka rite ngā tama. Waimari e te tīma o St. Joseph's. Hato hohepa nā te mea. Tino tatara watu te tama. And there we have another fantastic save by the St. Joseph's keeper. And he looks forward again and he finds a man. And that man is number 7, O'Hara. And he's finding his way down that sideline. And he'll look to have a shot. Engari, nā te tere o ngā ringa a tērā kaitiaki. Ka āraitia i tērā uhanga. Ka rongo i tērā karanga, ki runga. And he might just have a shot here. Just some brilliant saves there made by the Sacred Heart. No, sorry, by the St. Joseph's man at the back. E mahanga wā. Tino aro te whiu. And e ai ki te kaiwa wao. He whiu hara I kona I nānei. Ori rā ka whakaritia. Kua oti tērā mahi pai. Ko ai tērā. Ko Cameron. S. Cameron tērā. Mai te kura o St. Joe's. Ka haere ngā tama e rua ki te taha. Ko tau mai e rua o ngā tama hou. Kei roto I te wai. En, ka whiu te pōra kei Wainganui. Ka te tiro anō a Mahanga maka. Engari kua whiwhi tētahi piro a te tama nama rima no Sacred Heart ko S. Cunningham tērā. Tori te kaumā rima he kona. He toia nei I roto I tēnei hauwhātua toru. Ka maka te pōro. Ki tētahi o ngā tama no Rangakau tapu. Engari e rua ngā tāngata e au kati I tōna nekehanga. Ka re roa. Kua oti tēnei wāhanga e rima he kona anake ka timata te kaute I te karaka. I te mutunga o tēnā ono ki te rima te tatauranga kei Wainganui e nei tima mai tonu mai a ko ake nei a whakamohio mai ko ai te toa o tēnei kēmu. Anō, ka riro te pōro I ngā tama e mau I ngā pōtai kikorangi. And this is the final quarter of this matchup, and it has been a closely contested matchup indeed. St. Joseph's being behind for the entirety of this match, always staying within 1 or 2. They haven't drawn level as yet, and they will be hoping And that is a brilliant little piece of work by the man from Sacred Heart, whose number is 7. And that is H. Moore. Congratulations, H. Moore, on a well-worked little teardrop shot just over the top of both defenders. And straight into the defensive work now does he go. Very close to going in. Oh, he was looking for the little tap in. The cross there, he had a centre man who couldn't quite elevate high enough for the pass and was intercepted by the men in the blue caps, St. Joseph's. And they explode in the water to try and get to the other end and make use of that 28 seconds for the shot clock. And we hear the 3-second call. It's not much time for a shot, but he'll have a go at it. And of course you would. And they flash off to the other end of the pool. Sacred Heart wanting to extend the lead, and St. Joseph's wanting to withstand the onslaught from Sacred Heart. And that is almost through. That skimming shot almost underneath the up-reaching arms. But that is a long throw forward. There was one open man. Is he able to get forward and get open to get that shot off? No, but he finds his other open man. And St. Joseph's move once again within 1 point of Sacred Heart, and they will be absolutely thrilled about that. And that is number 13, O'Halloran from St. Joseph's with that score. He saw the arms up-reached of that keeper and decided, no, I'll just gently roll it underneath. And that's exactly what he did, and he came away with the points on the board. So that takes it to 7 points to 6. Whitu, kite ono, I roto I ēnei wai o Hiwa, I roto I te pokapū o Tamaki Makaurau. And some quick passing around the top side of the goal of St. Joseph's, unsuccessful there by Sacred Heart. And here's a chance for them to level up the score. And he'll look for the cross. Not able to get it there. And the referees deemed that there's something wasn't quite right. And so the long pass goes down. Sacred Heart will look again, and they have done it once more. Put the ball into the back of the net. Number 6 or number 13. Number 6 from Sacred Heart being Dougal. Number 13 being McBride. Unsure exactly who it was. I'll mention both of them while we have the opportunity to. And we'll once again mention all of the coaches that have helped out with developing these players and the parents, bringing them along to their practices and no doubt teaching them. And look at that. Absolutely brilliant individual effort by number 4, S. Manley, with a powerful throw there into the back of the net. And that was from the halfway. No one showed any defensive pressure to him, and he just waltzed on up within shooting range and pelted it. And closing that gap to 1 again. 8 points, plays 7. Owaru ki te whitu. And they will look for the long. Does he have anyone out in front? Yes, he does. And there's the ball. This could well be the evening shot. And there it is. They even it up. They will be ecstatic that they've been given that opportunity. Because it has been a very tight game, and it's going to keep being a tight game. And without the sponsors bringing this to us, we wouldn't be able to see that. So thank you very much to Nativa for their support. And 8 plays 8 with 1 minute and 40 to go. It's anyone's game here, but the opportunity currently sits in the hands of Sacred Heart, and they thought they were in with a goal, but the referees have said, no, sir. Somebody has held somebody, and that's in the hands of number 8, who then pushes forward. And this is the opportunity to take the lead. But no, the referees have said, St. Joseph's, you've done something that you weren't supposed to. And they've given the ball to Sacred Heart. Ngākau Tapu with the long pass down. Ngākau Tapu, ka whakaritea e rātau. Kei roto I tere ngā te tamai nai nei. Ka makano ki tōna hoa. Here we go. This is the excitement that we want to see. And there it is. Sacred Heart once more taking the lead. Number 4. Take a bow or a dive or whatever you want to do to celebrate. T. McLean, he probably doesn't want to celebrate too much. He's probably tired. And so straight back into the action. St. Joseph's won't want to take any time to rest. This is their last chance. One shot to draw it up. Who's going to be the best man? There's a man there with the ball. Is he going to be able to get free? And the call has been made. What is the call? Is it a penalty shot with 34 seconds to go? I think it is. Line up. Wait for the whistle. And that is a brilliant shot by number 2, I do believe, who is A. Brown. 34 seconds, it's been drawn up. Sacred Heart with the ball. What can they do to get the wind of lead for most of this game, most of the time by 2, 1 point up? St. Joe's coming back. Sacred Heart looking here. Is this the opportunity that they need? It crosses. And Sacred Heart have done it. Come, whiu te poro tērā tama te kaumatahi no Sacred Heart. L. George, miharo tō whiu ngā e hoa. No reira, with little more than a few seconds to go, St. Joseph's are going to try their hardest for one last shot at the win. Not at the win, at the draw. Unsure what happens if it's a draw. But 10 seconds. Clock's still going. He's got a chance. And that's been blocked. And they're not going to want to let it go. And I think that is the end of a fantastic game here this afternoon. 9 points to St. Joseph's and taking away the win. Ngākau Tapu Sacred Heart. Thank you for joining us for this match. To our sponsors Bailey's, Apollo Projects, Caltex, Whakata Māori, Navida as well. Great to have your company. We'll see you for the next match coming up shortly.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraise, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Tautahi taking on Kirikiri Moroa here at Hiwa, the indoor pool facility at Auckland University. Taumatarau o Tāmaki Mataurau. And we'll go quickly through the team lists after this bit of action. And moving it, and it's a great block pulled in by the keeper there from Christchurch. And we have from Hamilton in the white, Portai. We have Field, Valentine, Bradley, Foot, Mayo, Peter, Pritchard, Mail, Kitely, Mail, Clark, Scott, and Singaloa. And then from the Christchurch team, we have Kirby, Hogan, Lorba, McGlue, Martinic, Bailey, Cromlin, Jeffries, Gibson, Sheldrick, Gillard, Wells, and Leach. And at the moment, the ball is in the hands, and it's a penalty shot. And Christchurch Grammar, number 6, able to get that through, and that is Bailey, Bailey, in fact. And they'll bring it back to the start off at halfway. An opportunity here, perhaps, with a quick shot. Can he get a hand free? No, he cannot. Beautifully blocked shot there. Out to this close side to us here, number 4, bringing the ball up from Hamilton. That is Foot. And he will look for a cross to the middle. There's not a lot of movement happening at the moment. He will look to get a shot, perhaps. And he does just that. But it is hit away by the keeper there from Christchurch, or Tautahi Grammar. Swatted that ball out of his hand, didn't give him an opportunity to score. There is a man there by himself. He'll look to the centre, perhaps, for a cross into the middle. No. No, he measures, feeds back to the side, and they try their darndest to spread the defence. Another man in the middle. He'll look to elevate. Here's an open man. Is he going to try the backhand? No, he's not. Once again, bringing it to this outside position. And they'll look to shoot. And brilliantly finds the top left-hand corner of the goal. And they'll be happy chappies about that one. with the ball. Is that Hamilton or is that, yes, I do believe that is Hamilton. I could be wrong. And evening up the scoreboard. That was number 4 there from Hamilton, I believe. Foot. Found there. Is that the goal scorer there? Number 2 from Christchurch. Hogan. With the ball in hand, and they move it to this near side, and he tries a little floater just to get it over the top, but unable to achieve the precision that was required with that shot to go back into the goal. And a bit of pressure applied there to the young man from Christchurch on the far side. Two apiece with 1 minute to go. There's been plenty of action in this first quarter. Te hau whā tuatahi. Tiro ake rātou. He'll maybe look to put those little floaters have been working quite well actually. No, unable to get a shot off, but there's still a bit of a tussle there for the ball. Hamilton with it at the moment. Getting it well clear, and they'll look to get up the pool. Kōpua wait. The pool for some of his teammates, and there's a tussle, a tight tussle, and he looks and he has a shot, beautifully deflected, and that will bring us to the end. Te whakamutunga o te hau whā tuatahi, the end of the first quarter. Let's come back for the second quarter in a moment. here we are back into the action. The ball in hand. With Hamilton at the moment. Great block there. Once again, they'll have the opportunity to get another shot at the goal, and he centres that. But the referee has said no. Fling that ahead, but straight away he's got opposition on him, and he looks for an open man, and he's found it there. Back to the centre, Wainganui, and takes a shot at goal and hits the upright, the crossbar. But they have another opportunity for another shot. And there's their man on the inside. What is he going to be able to achieve? Great block again. And a hand straight over the top of him. And he's lost that in contact. Look ahead to see who he has in front of him. Hamilton having a look, finding an open man there, but has he got an open shot? He does indeed have an open shot, and that is number 5 from Hamilton. Mayo. As they feed it forward again, got the opportunity. Not able to pull it in. So they'll look again. And there's a few hands. There's also a man in the centre, and there he goes. Straight down the side. That is number 12 from Hamilton. Clark. In Clark, that is. Ahead, he's got an open pathway to the goal. He'll have a look now. He almost lost the ball, but he's still kept control. He's looked for an open man and he's found it. Passes it to the inside, went for a back shot, faked the back shot, went for the forehand shot and was beautifully blocked. The first time I've seen that one in the last couple of days. The backhand fakie through to a forehand. And just gives it a nice little drift off to his friend coming forward. Looking now, looking to the middle. Titiro Whaka, okay, Wainganui. And we've seen plenty of goals scored from that point. Thankfully, it's the best angle for our coverage to see those shots hit the back of the net. Christchurch still in control. As they fire it to the middle. And there we have it. There's that angle that we like seeing it from, because we can see that pathway perfectly, and he managed to get it through the waving arms of the defenders. And as a new player comes in to the Christchurch team, outside shot there by number 12 from Hamilton. Clark. Shot coming up. A few hara, and he elevates out of the water with plenty of power and completes that play. And that is number 10, Christchurch, Sheldrick. For position, and the young player there from Hamilton Boys was out jostled. As he looks forward for his supporting players, he wasn't able to bring it in. So now, no, they've regathered it. And that's the end of their shot clock. So they put it down into the far corner to enable themselves to get back and set up their defensive structure. There's a nice little push forward there for him to get free. It's currently 6-3. And that ball's just going a little bit too far on that pass. And they'll be upset to not have at least an opportunity at shot at goal. Back to that far corner. And it brings us te mutunga o tēnei hauwhā tuarua, te hawhe tuatahi. No reira, amuri e nei whakatā, ka timata anō, a koa ke nei e hoa mā. Back into it, the race for the ball. In the hands of Hamilton boys. And with 3 points the difference at the moment, you would think that Hamilton are going to need to come out and get a goal quickly to try and cut this lead back, because if Christchurch manage another, that's going to be a 4-point lead, which is hard to come back from. No. E tahi hara, kei roto i te kōpua wai. Kōpua wai, aroha mai. And he's lining up to look for a shot. No. Has he got a middleman to pass to? No, he doesn't. Here he is. Is he going to have a shot? No, he crosses, but that's intercepted. And he'll look to throw that out if he's got someone ahead of him. And he finds the man in the middle. Te tangata kei wainga nui. Ka te tiro whakamua ia. Ka maka atu ki tōna hoa. Engari, nā te pā, nā te rātu tangata. Ka tau te poro, ka hore tēno tata ki te uhanga. Kei reira etahi tangata no kirikiri roa. Maka atu ki tōna hoa kei Wainganui. Ka kite te maha o ngā wā. Tira whiunga mai ngā tahataha. Tata ki te uhanga, engari ka peke atu kei runga i tērā atu papa o te wharera. Whā meneti e toi ana, kei roto i te ringa a kirikiri roa i nai nei te poro. Koira te wā tuatahi ka kite i tēnei a tima no kirikiri roa. Kare maha ngā kēmu e whakaatu ana. Nui tōna eke ngaki waho i te wai. Ki te whiu i tērā poro. Engari, nā te kaha o ngā kai ārai. Kare i te tuki o ngā wawata. And the bounce shot. Onto the water, and that cross to the middle. Has he been able to achieve that? Yes, he's got it. But the refs have called an advantage. And what is the call there? He said that man needs to get out of the pool, does it? No. He's carrying on, and that's in the middle. Winds it up. Gets up nice and high, but the defence quick to the task of shutting that one down. Te re rātou ngā kai ārai ki te aukati i tērā mahi a te tama no o tautahi. Ki taku nei kitenga ātahaere a ngā tama no o tautahi. I runga i te mōhio kei mua rātau i runga i te tatauranga. O, ka tangi te wihara a te kaiwawao. Nā tētahi o ngā hapa o te tīma no o tautahi. Ka te tiro, ka whai, āta whai i tētahi kōhao. Wainga nui i ngā ringaringa, engari kāre i kite. Kei te kokona o te hopua wai i tēnei wā. Anō, ka haere tērā pōro ki te taha mauī, te paupiro. O, he tino tere te kauhoi a tērā tama. Te tautoko ki te tiki i tērā pōro i reira. Kia Christchurch tonu i te pōro. Ka re rātou e hiahia ki te hoatu te pōro. Kia Hamilton, i runga i te mōhio. E tino hihia nā rātou ki te kohi ngā piro. Tēnā koe, mihi ana ki ngā kaiwawao i te rangi nei, me o rātou mahi. Ka whiu ki tērā kokona tawhiti. Ka whiu atu. Ka haere tērā tama ki te kokona. Ka eke tōna tinana ki waho te wai. Ko te nama waru tēnā o kirikiri roa. MΑORI. Engari kei mua i ngā piro ērua a kirikiri roa i tēnei wā. Kia kaha tā rātou whakararuraru i ngā tama o tautahi. Kāre rātou no kirikiri roa e whakamāmā i te haere i ngā tāne no tautahi. Tīkina te kaitiaki o te uhanga. Ka whiu atu ki tērā tama e wāte ana. Tata ki te otinga o te hawhe. He tino tata kei mua i te whakamutunga o tēnei hau whānau reira. Whā ki te ono. Kua nei, ka mōhio kō wai. Ka hua kō wai ka tohu i roto i tēnei whakataitai. Kia au tonu mai. back into the action here, and the young man from Hamilton Boys getting out faster than his opposition to be able to gain control of the ball. Number 12 with it in hand at the moment from Hamilton, and his name is Ian Clark. Still in control are Hamilton. They're going to need to be getting 2 goals quick, snappy, and that was almost one of those goals, but some great defensive work there. Manages to flick it out. So they get the ball back again. And he's probably running low on time to take a shot. He'll look for one more pass. And there it is. Number 7, Pritchard from Hamilton Boys. Taita Matane o Kirikiriroa with a powerful shot into the top right-hand corner of the goal. And looking at it, whānau, Hamilton Boys are back in the game. And as we look here, there's a bit of an overstretch there by that goal scorer from the last moment. And there's a new spring in the arms and the legs of the Hamilton players, and the knowledge that they may well have a chance here, but the advantage is still within the hands of Christchurch. If they manage to get a goal here, they'll lose that momentum that they've gained. And here he is looking for a shot. No shot there, he says. You're not bringing that ball into my whare, but has been deflected out. And Christchurch Grammar still have a chance again. They're all going to have their arms up, trying to cut down the opportunities. Look for the cross. No. Does the shot go up? Yes, it does. And it has found its target. And they are absolutely stoked. Number 4, Miglu from Christchurch Grammar. And they'll be stoked about that one, just pushing out that lead to 2 points and not allowing them the chance to get some momentum going. But they've got to keep that energy that they had there, because if they lose it, then the match will lose and slip beyond their grip. Now is the opportunity. And it's those little moments, those little touches, and that's what we saw there. Just that hand extending up far enough to intercept that pass. And te kaitiaki o te uhanga ka kauhoi atu. And once again, Christchurch with an opportunity to extend that lead to 3. We haven't seen a 3-point lead for quite some time. And it's not going to be extended. Instead, Hamilton Boys have got 3 minutes and 45 seconds to make that gap lessen. And that's exactly what they'll be putting all of their efforts into. It's coming to the sticky end of the competition, so they won't want to be giving away any passes, and that's exactly what's happened through the pressure applied to them by Christchurch Grammar. And he looks ahead, te tiro whakamua ia, ki ona kai tākaro to his teammates, ona hoa tima. And just like that, 1, 2, 3 passes, it's at the other end of the pool. But the referees have said something's happened that we're not happy with, and the ball goes back to Hamilton Boys. And out of nowhere, a shot at goal. But the keeper was up to the task. And here we go, here's a shot. No, they're quite happy to let the clock tick down and get that ball and have one last shot. And they weren't able to get it, and so the Hamilton Boys are off and flying. He's looking for an opening. There he is. Has he got a centre man that he can push the ball through to? Just a little pushing. Hasn't. And if there is someone there, it's not without some competition. And he's not being given a chance to do much at all. And constant pressure. He didn't even give them a chance to get ready. He just popped his head up and knew exactly where the goal was. And that is number 12 from Christchurch. Willis. Beautifully done. Set them up souths here. They're going to want to move with a bit of pace. I runga I te whakaaro, kare e roa I roto I tēnei kemu. Ko tahi miniti me te hawhi, and that's a beautiful catch while swimming. He's going to have to get a shot off. He's trying to get a hand free. And that is time up. He's trying his very hardest to get some elevation. But the defensive effort stopped him from doing that. There's a defensive hand in the face. There's no one in front of him, but he's going to want to run down the clock. They know by giving the ball back, that's giving the opposition a chance. So they're just going to move it around and maybe even run down the clock. And with 1 minute to go and 3 goals needing to be scored to draw it up, it's almost too hard to complete that mission now. But it's about good character and fighting to the very end for these players from Hamilton Boys who are still out there I roto I te wai. And it was almost a beautiful centering pass. He'll look to have a shot here. And a great save. And one of those players from Christchurch still, from Hamilton Boys, sorry, still hustling. And they're just going to want to hold this and shut it down. That, e te whānau, is the end of the game. Christchurch Grammar winning 8 points, 2-5. Waru ki te rima. Tēnā koutou katoa I tō koutou hononga mai ki tēnei kemu. Ākua nei, ka hono atu ki tētahi kemu anō. Kawe haere tawhiti, mihi ana ki a koutou katoa.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, with fundraising, the track sheets are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in it. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
That's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to work, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraising, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
A tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei pāpāhotanga a whakaata Māori, coming to you live from Hiwa, the Aquatic Centre here at Auckland University, Te Taumata Paingahira. And today, this afternoon, we have the game coming up between Westlake boys, ngā taitamatane o Rangitoto, and the boys from Rangitoto College. So starting off with the white team, and that is Westlake. We have Jay Walker. We have C. Sherman, R. Swindell, Idamaya, Riggers Dobson, Well, Coy, Shire, McFarlane, Molster, and Sipuleta. And then in the Rangitoto team, beautifully written, T. Ferron, C. Turva, A. Filippo, S. Audenson, C. Turva, C. Saunders, J. Zila, M. Mesk, Z. Scott, S. Burke, C. Coulter, and P. Rousseau. And those are your teams taking to the water this afternoon. Kickoff is supposed to, aroha mai, not kickoff, pass off is supposed to commence at 4:30. And it's been a big day with lots of tight battles. Our last game, one of the closer ones for today, but we did have a nail biter earlier on where it came right down to the wire with those teams. And looking at the results from today, our first game up in Hiwa was Newington taking on Shaw School, and Shaw School coming over the win 7 points to 4. Then we had St. Joseph's taking on Rangi Toto, and that was a tight match, winning 7 points to 6. Then we had Christchurch Grammar taking on Melbourne, them Christchurch winning 6 to 4. St. Kennigan's taking on St. Bede's, winning 8 to 6. Trinity Grammar taking on Knox Grammar, 10 to 6. Sacred Heart taking on St. Joseph's, 10 to 9. Melbourne High taking on King's College. Hamilton taking on Christchurch Grammar, 5 to 8. And now we have Westlake taking on Rangitoto. So let's go to the action now. And if we look back at the record of these two teams over the last couple of days, Westlake being in Pool A, winning their first game against St. Joseph's 13 to 10. And then came their next game against Newington, going down 9 to 13. Then they came up against Christchurch boys. They won that one 13 points to 12. And in their next game against St. Kennigan's, 14 points to 6. And today they have played one game against Sacred Heart, and they went down in that game 7 points to 13. And this is their second game today. This is their third game today. They lost 16-6 to Shaw School as well. And then the opposite end, Rangitoto, they had an earlier game screen here on our stream, and they were the victors in that game. But went down to Newington in their last match at St. Cuth's, and that was 6 points to Rangitoto, 18 to Newington. So they're going to want to come back after that match. And there is Rangitoto e mauana rātau i ngā pōtai kikorangi. Ko Ururoto, te tīma Mauana i ngā pōpai mā. Right in the middle there, trying to look for an opening. There's quite a bit of traffic right in the middle. Wainganui I kora. Engari nai nei, ka maka atu te pōro ki te tangata hou. Tai mai ki roto I te wai, I te tōpua wai. And ka pakanga ana. Era tama ki te tahara. And it's a beautiful pass through. He's found himself in an opening there. And he does magically, number 7 does, from Rangitoto, Jay Zila, to be able to get himself open. And the through pass allowing him space to get a one-on-one opportunity with the keeper and finishing it for his team, Rangitoto College. Kei roto I te ringa, kei mue te mahunga o Ururoto I tēnei wā. E makaroa tēnā ki te taha. Kei reira a Westlake, nā te kōtiti o tērā. Kei reira etahi tama no Westlake. Ke rite ia ki te whiu, ka whakatautika hia te tatauranga. And that is number 13 from Westlake. Hoi atu ko Sipoleta, tōna ingoa. And that was a beautiful cross pass to be just gripped fractionally and then thrown in. A little bit of a tussle happening at the back. No easy outlets happening there for Rangitoto. And as they make their way down to te uhanga a Ururoto. Tangi a te wihara, te kaiwawao, and their first attempt being thwarted, being contained, and the cross water pass not being able to be gathered in and capitalised on for a point. Great shot at goal, but an equally great save by the man at the back, Mai te kura o Rangitoto. Ka titiro whakamua ia, ko ai ona hoa e wā te ana. And as he gathered it in without a beat, he turned with the backhand throw to try and find an open goal, but was unfortunate to not find it. Now the defensive arms flailing over the Westlake player, and this is the usual rivalry between Rangitoto and Westlake. Rangitoto being one of the biggest schools in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and Westlake quite possibly the largest boys' school, and that was number 3. Swindles are for that goal from Ururoto, Westlake. Koira te tangi a ngā kaitautoko o te kura tuarua o Ururoto. Rawe te aukati I tērā whiu. Kei roto I te ringa a Ururoto I tēnei wā. Kāre he kore. Te nuinga o ngā mātua o ēnei tama kei reira ki te mātakitaki I te kēmu. Trai ana ia e whakawātea ana tōna ringa ki te whiu I te poro engari. Kāre e kore. Tino kaha te āraia ngā tama nō. Ku waimari e a Ururoto I tērā wā nā te mea. Ka patua I ngā tahataha o ngā paupiro. Ka kite I tērā wā te tama no Rangitoto e mauana I te ringa o te tama no Ururoto. Kei te tama te kaumātahi Tiwala. Rawe te hikina I tō tinana ki waho I te wai. E whakawātea I ona ringa. Engari koe rā te mutunga o te hauwhā tuatahi. Nō reira, kei a Westlake. Rua ngā piro kei a Rangitoto kotahi I tēnei wā. Hakoa nei, ka timata anō te haurua tuarua. Hauwhā tuarua. Back in the action and Rangitoto with first hands on te poro. Aka meke ona hoa tākaro. Ki te taha, ki te wāhi mōrearea. Kei reira ia, engari. Nā te kaha o tērā tama no Ururoto, he aukati hia. Te mau o te tama no Rangitoto. And as the ball is fed forward, a hapa or a foul is called, and so Westlake now looks some beautiful passing going straight to hand. And he will look for the cross pass perhaps into the open. And there's a call going on about, here we go. And once again, the kura from Rangitoto able to withstand, but Westlake have been offered an opportunity at a penalty. And they make best use of that opportunity, taking the lead now to 3 points to 1. Toru ki te tahi. E toru ngā miniti, e toi ana I roto I tēnei hau whā, tuarua. Kare kore, e maha ngā haora, e whakangungu ana, e prakatihi ana e nei tama, I roto I tēnei hā kina kina. Mai te wā e taiohi ana rātau. Long ball down, the middleman might look for an opportunity here. Can they cancel that? And they cannot. Which means number 6, mai te kura o Rangitoto B. Dobson. Tuhia tōna ingoa ki runga I te rārangi tatauranga. Ka tinihia etahi o ngā kaitākaro. Mai te kapa o Rangitoto. Ka whakamohi atu te tanga. Te tama no Ururoto kei konei a hau. Ka whakararu I aia. Kei reira te tama o Ururoto. Mauana I te poro. E au ware ake. Whā miniti kei roto I tēnei wahanga. Ngā WATERPOLO I nainei, ngā te tama o Ururoto kei te taha atu te taha tawhiti I te kāmera. And here we have Westlake with an opportunity, nearish, and he's found himself free. He's got an open arm, but was that able to go in? I don't think so. It's bumped off the top crossbar back into the hands of the keeper, and they'll be happy to get away with that one. Currently 4-1 to Westlake. And another blocking opportunity there. Rangitoto not giving an inch. Te kaumātahi tira. Walker or Walla, not quite sure. And the backspin shot ineffective in the face of that talented keeper from Rangitoto. Kia WATERPOLO I nainei. And the skimming shot along the top of the water. as if it was close to being a goal, but hit the top of the crossbar. Nā WATERPOLO I nai nei. Kei roto I te ringa o Rangitoto, Westlake. And ka whiu ki roto I te mapa o tama o Rangitoto. Ka mihi tonu ana ki ngā kai tautoko I tēnei kaupapa. A pūtea, Ngā Tiva, Celtics, Bailey's, Whakata Māori, Apollo Projects hoki. Nā tō rātou kaha tautoko kei konei tēnei live stream mā ngā whānau. Rawe, te nekehanga o tērā poro, mai te taha matau ki te taha maui, ko te tama tuatoru tēnā, ko Swindell, Ka whiwhi tērā piro. Mō reira, he maunga nui kei mua I te aroaro o Rangitoto I tēnei wā. On the far side of the pool, a little bit of a tussle happening there. Now in the hands of the young men from Westlake. And a deft little spin there with the ball in hand. Frees him up and he'll look to get a shot off. But unable to with 50 seconds to go. The Rangitoto boys will be wanting to make their way up quickly in the pool. And they find what they were looking for. And that one who found that was number 13, Rousseau. He spotted the opening and the soft hands managing to thread that past the keeper's grasp. There's no pressure being put on this Westlake player as he brings it forward. Almost a little bit casually with 20 seconds to go. It's probably not a lot of chance. And there it is. The pressure shown there. With one more stab at it. And the referee says they were not an appropriate. And the long throw that nearly found its way into the goal. And at that, we'll take a little break and come back to you in the second half. A koe ke nei e te whānau. Goal there for Rangitoto, number 2 that is, Turva, C. Turva. And that helps to level up the game a little bit more. Only 1 point advantage now. So whatever the coach said at half-time obviously helped. Finding their way into the goal of Rangitoto that time. And he has a look, he has a little fake look one way and then the other. And the person from Rangitoto put himself in the perfect position to receive that rebound. And they have now been awarded a penalty shot. And with that, but 2 minutes into the second half, 2 goals. Number 6 from Rangitoto, C. Saunders, levels up the game. Not in a comfortable position anymore. Westlake are now going to be pushing to regain that lead. And Rangitoto doing their utmost to stop them. The little lob pass, not quite going to hand. And the keeper will look to the far end of the pool. Tussle there, Westlake have ended up with the ball. And he's found himself in open water there. And looks ahead. Has he got a shooting opportunity? He did have a shooting opportunity, but the Rangitoto keeper was up to the challenge set before him. Without the blink of an eye, he reins it in. And looks now to outlet to his other Rangitoto players looking to advance the ball. And there's a 2-on-1 situation there, but he has come away with the ball, which he'll be happy about. And the Westlake players have retreated. And it was a good effort at a shot there from a long way out. So Westlake once again now with the opportunity. And as they survey the water ahead, the option that was chosen, perhaps a little too risque. So Rangitoto now with an opportunity, with a chance to extend lead that they have not held yet. And it was a good effort on a shot. But as it was a long way out, the player in the keeper position was able to react accordingly, pull that one in. Cross. And what's the call? They deemed it a penalty, so the Westlake man will come forward. And collect for his team. Swindell, a point for Rangitoto Westlake. And they won't want to sit and consider that goal too much. And a nice little spin move there used by the Westlake player. He's going to look to free up his arm and look for the open man before he takes a shot. But he does not, and it does not count, as we see the referee's arm raised in the direction of Rangitoto. As they work their way up the field here. And a beautiful touch there. Just a little tap in there by the Westlake player. I think it was number 5. Pressure applied at the back. Not making it an easy move up the pool. And there's that spin move again. Taking hold of it in one hand. And then a little pirouette in the water. They prepare to have their shot. Time runs out, and before the buzzer even went, the players had moved down and were looking to advance. Number 3 with the ball now, Schwindel. And as he tries to get past that Rangitoto man on the close side to the camera, the Westlake man advances. There's that number 3 with the ball in hand again. Not given any opportunity, and it will be his ball. And it's a question of what will he choose to do. Oh, we've lost the hat there by the look of it. And that ball's gone a little too long. Got a capless man in the pool from the Westlake team. Oh, whakangātu te tama no Ururoto ki te tiki te poro. Engari e ai ki te kaiwawao, ka hore. And he will attempt a shot because the clock was counting down, 4 seconds to go. Westlake may have one last shot at it. No, not on the watch of those 2 Rangitoto players. And that takes us to 7 points to 5 after a valiant effort at the start of that quarter, squaring up the scores. Rangitoto dropped a couple to Westlake, and so it's 5 points to 7. Come back into the last quarter of the match very shortly after this kōrero from the coaches. the action after the kayako have had a kōrero and expressed their wishes for their players to enact in this last and final quarter of the match here at Hiwa Aquatic Centre in Auckland University, centre of Auckland City. And the fastest man to the ball this time is the Rangitoto man. And so they will come up with the ball for the first part of this final quarter. As they look to recollect that ball, and Westlake have managed to gather it in and look to push forward now. As the number of, and on the long side there's a man to the middle. Nui, back to the open man. He'll look and he'll keep probing. And on the far side now, no, not quite able to get it to hand. Unsure what the call from the ref, from the umpire, was at that point. But it's a free shot at goal for the Westlake boys. And they've nailed it, taking the score 7 and now 8. That was Namateko McFarlane, perhaps. And Rangitoto with the ball, still pressuring Westlake. As Rangitoto with ball in hand, he'll look, not able to get the arms free after the hustle and bustle. And once again, with the opportunity of a penalty shot. And I was about to say, you don't often see keepers making the save, but on this occasion, the cool ice in his veins enabled him to reflex and capture that ball on the shot of the Westlake band. So the open man from Rangitoto, and he approaches the goal, and it's tapped from his hand from behind. And he's going to have a shot at that goal, and he's going to make it. And we saw it perfectly from this angle. Number 4 from Rangitoto, Odinson, making the shot. And it was a fantastic shot at that. And with that, it becomes 6 points to 8. Ono, Rangitoto, Waru, Ururoto. And with 4 minutes to go, it's almost, you don't want to take the accelerator off and just use the time up. You almost want to keep looking for that shot at goal. And have they got that shot at goal? No, they haven't, with a 2-on-1 defensive maneuver. Rangitoto able to release the ball from the Westlake player's hands. And as he approaches the goal, he might look to the left. There he is. But no, it wasn't quite enough muscle in the pass. And it's gone to the hand. They might just look to slow it down. No, they're not going to. They're going to look ahead and look for a shot. And it's come off the top crossbar. Brilliant bit of keeping work by the man and the young man from Rangitoto. And with 3 minutes to go, we know it can be done, because in the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, Rangitoto scored twice in 2 minutes. And so once again, they'll be looking to try and shut that shooting option down. And it's not a packed house there, but they've managed to release the ball, loosen it enough, and give it back to the kaitiaki of that goal end. Tērā tangata, tērā tama no Ururoto. And he fires it forward all the way to his open man, back to the centre. And there are 3 Rangitoto men there, so that begs the question, where are the open men? And there's one there to the right. He'll look to that one on the right, I reckon. There he is. Now the shot. And it was a little bit laboured in the execution of it. But the referees have seen something happen. And so an opening now possible for Ururoto. And he's trying to get a shot off. He does, but it goes up and above and over the upright, not causing too much distress for the keeper. But now Ururoto having to defend their goal. And as he approaches, there's 1, 2, 3 hands in front of him, and he shoots it across. And Rangi Toto, with 2 minutes to go, now 1 point down. That is number 13, Rousseau, with a beautiful touch, with accuracy that can't be questioned, as the pass was thrown across to the open man, not giving enough time for the keeper to adjust and fill that space. And now Rangi Toto only 1 point behind, and the Westlake boy making his way up the pool, looking now to an open man on the far side of the pool. And an open shot here, and Westlake threw it across, but the referee has said not today. And in go a new and fresh swimmer from Rangitoto. How is that going to assist them? Still in the hands of the goalkeeper. And the Rangitoto fresh pair of lungs comes into the game, and they'll be needing that in this last few moments. And as they tussle for the ball at the back with 1 minute and 22 to go, it's coming right down to the wire. They're going to want to use that full 28 seconds to leave a limited amount of time for Rangitoto. And a foul committed. So he will look to cross it to the close side here. Back to the middle with an opening. Will he reach? Yes, he does, and he finds the back of the net. And the Westlake supporters will be joyous about that effort by number 5. Riggers, I can't actually read the name that's been written, and let this be a comment to the managers or whomever is writing the score sheet. Nice clear detail so that we can read those names out for our whānau, and they can sit proudly and listen to their children's names being said here on the live stream, brought to you by Apollo Projects, Whakaata Māori, Bailey's, Caltex, and none other than Nativa. With 36 seconds to go, Westlake, number 3, bringing the ball up, Swindles, looking what, and they're not going to want to give this ball away too early, and they have done just that, which now opens an opportunity for Rangi Toto to get one last shot at the game, and he could well tie this up with moments to go. They're pushing, big shot. And there it is. Oh, wonderfully defended at the end. And that brings us to the conclusion of this match. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure commentating it for you. Westlake Rangitoto taking it out 9 points to 7 Hiwa. Ki te whitu. Stay tuned, we've got one more game, I believe, after this one, and that is between, I'll bring that information to you, and that is between St. Joseph's and Shore School. Starting at 5:30, go and make yourself a cup of tea, put your nail polish on if that's the thing you do, and we'll see you back here shortly. Kia ora tātou.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change, because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, with fundraising, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
It's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.
Welcome back, and we're into the action here again at Hiwa, the aquatic centre at Auckland University in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, Aotearoa, New Zealand. And the two teams battling it out in the pool are St. Joseph's and Shaw School. And with a flurry of water, they move to the other end. St. Joseph's in the white and Shaw School in the blue, and just like that, Shaw School finding the back of the net. And I'm unsure if Shaw School has lost a game today. They started off against the tough opponents from Sydney, Newington, winning that game 7 points to 4. And their second game against Rangi, Shaw School went up against Westlake, and they won that 16 points to 6. St. Joseph's today, they've played one against Rangitoto, winning that one 7 points to 6. And then against Sacred Heart, going down by 1 point. So St. Joseph's are going to want to be making a good impact here, trying to get one up over this Shaw School that I don't think has lost a game yet. Looking back to the first 2 days of the tournament, 15-3 against St. Bede's did Shaw School, and 14-5 against Trinity Grammar, and that was yesterday. And on the first day, 11-8 against Christchurch Boys, and 10-13 against Westlake. 8-3 against Sacred Heart College. So having not lost a game this tournament, the odds are probably stacked against St. Joseph's, but it is sport, and it has a way of turning the tails. And Shaw School straight away with a couple of opportunities of shots at goal, whether it be through the speed of their swimmers, the accuracy of their shots, or the strength of their throws, have managed to come through this competition unbeaten thus far. And just as you see there, a big frame in front of bit of a look forward. You'll find that Shaw School main swimmer already gone, and he's going to look for a shot there, no doubt. And very close lob shot into the top corner, and not too many other options. That is how they've been managed to get the points that they have so far, is taking off quickly to get that opening and set up a defensive zone. And hard to see what happened there. We had a little bit of a loss of quality in that space. Back to the number 8, who feeds forward to the other man there, and he's open, and he has found the back of the net. Beautifully done. That was number 7 from Shaw School. That is Sidwell, I do believe. Sidwell, yes, Liam Sidwell. And appreciate the time taken by the managers or whoever filled out these score sheets, because it's got their full names, the team in blue, and so we can give them the full coverage that is needed. And they're off flying again, and this has been a technique of theirs through the whole competition, is to get men open. And then the cross pass. So drawing all of those people in, and number 4 finding himself, that's Charlie Kovacs. Seemingly easily finding the back of the net of the St. Joseph's boys, and that was done by powering down the side. And whilst everyone was looking at the shooter, they had a backdoor player coming through, making himself available and finishing. And a beautiful pass and catch there from St. Joseph's. And St. Joseph's are going to have to formulate a plan to be able to overcome this defensive strength of the Shaw School. And they have managed to do that. And who else but number 10, Naden, Naden, from St. Joseph's Hato Hohepa. 6, that's the call heard reverberating around the room. Obviously it's a team play. We have a man coming back to the center. And a quick pop. And we'll go back and quick pop to that side, and he's got his hands in the air. Unable to finish. And he's called out. Did he score that one? I'm unsure. Yes, it looks like that was scored. Takes it out to 3 points to 1. That was number 8, Charlie Lucock. They're going to be needing to figure out the strategy to shut down the attack, because they're taking long shots and they've got no cross-court, cross-pull shots going on, and it comes down to a long shot once again, which is the opposite of how the team from, and one-on-one shot again. And fortunately for the boys from St. Joseph's, and we can see right there the speed of the swimmers from Shaw School as they spot an opening and they hit it at 100 miles an hour. And we have a penalty awarded to Shaw School. And he's able to disable that shot from the Shaw School players. And they're going to keep trying to push, looking for an open man. There is that open man as they continue to push the fence against them. And there was another shot. 49 seconds to go in this first quarter. 4 points scored by Shaw School and 1 by St. Joseph's. They're going to look to push, get one more shot, use up the full clock, and that over. They're not going to want to take a shot and give the ball back to Shaw School again. Surely. So they'll set up their offense, feeding it to the left, to the right. Right to left. 11 seconds to go. And up for the shot, and brilliantly found the top right-hand corner of the Shaw School goal. And they'll be pretty happy to only go into that next quarter 2 points down. Stay with us. We'll be back with more action after this short break. Back in the action here. Kei roto i te tōpua wai. Kei roto i te ringa o te mama rua mai te kura o Shaw School o Jeff Siemens tērā. And the extension out of the water, the fakie, so to speak, before giving the pass. And the shot from a long way out. They wouldn't have thought he was going to pull that one. And accelerates out of the water. Number 5, Jeff Simmons. Beautifully done. And now, if they didn't know before, they know now, St. Joseph's, that the Shaw School young men can shoot it from a long way out. And they'll be wary of that. So they're not only getting the goals close in, they're also getting them from a long way out. And the keeper is doing just as good a job of stopping those ones with a long ball down. Is there a man there? There is, but St. Joseph's have 2 men there. And he'll look now to get it into the hands of the St. Joseph's players. And whoever shot at it, unable to regather. Kei roto I te ringa o te kaitiaki o te uhanga. Ka rere atu rātou. Kei roto I te ringa o te nama rua, Jeff Simmons. Ki te nama ono, Jonty Jaeger. Or Jonty Jagger, aroha mai, could be. Number 3. From St. Joseph's. And the cross pass, he's going to look, but there's 3 hands in the way. 3 men in between him and the goal, Uhanga. It's a hard shot, but it certainly has been done and achieved plenty of times today. And as we look there at number 8, he sizes up the options in front of him. And that pass has gone a little bit further than he would have hoped. That also means there's no goalie there. Long ball put down. And a little change of hands. And a crisscross pass back and forth to try and get open. And they've run themselves out of time. And it's a beautiful little spin pickup move there. Into the throwing arm, and that man is available, and he was free, and he has been fouled. Is it just a foul, or is it going to go into a penalty? It's going to go into a penalty shot. And this could extend the lead out to 6. And that is exactly what he has done. The player there, number 2, Mamarua Jeff Simmons, extending the lead once again. And they're doing what they have done all competition, push out to a lead. And if St. Joseph's are able to come back and score a few more goals, then they might have a chance. I feel like if Shaw School scores again, it could be an insurmountable lead. Even though it is only the second quarter. It's about now, in these sorts of games, where a coach would call a timeout in basketball, bring the troops together, reassess, but they're going to have to last another 2.5 minutes before they get that opportunity. And that's a beautiful pass to the middle there, but he has multiple players on him. So there will be a mismatch in numbers. And once again, there we see it. Number 8 from the team in Australia, Charlie Lucock, finishing seeing firsthand how those scores were achieved by fast swimming and speedy counter attacks. As soon as you lose it, you need to shoot straight back to be able to counter the amount of players that they seem to be able to get there on attack. And look at that, they're already looking to push down the pool. They'll look at this point, looking for an opening, but there doesn't seem to be any openings. They've got the whole pack sitting there, and still the young man, number 6 from St. Joseph's, who is Jonty Jagger. I'm going to say Jagger this time, with the goal. And if they can do that a number of times more, perhaps they've taken it a little bit more easier now that they have a little bit of a lead. Kari kore, ka whawhai tonu ana, a te tima o Hato Hohepa. E rawe te aukati I tērā whiunga, a te tama no taikura. Just allowing him to advance into a better shooting position. And if they centre that ball, they most likely have an opportunity for a shot there. A little tap and unsuccessful that time. As they reassemble at the opposing end of the swimming pool, playing water, able to get his hands free. And just closing the gap there. Shaw School able to get a finger to it. And 45 seconds. They're looking like a tired bunch of boys out there because it is the third game of the day. And the seventh of the tournament. Thankfully, 6-minute quarters only. And just like that, trying to get through to that open man. They'll probably have one more shot here, St. Joseph's. Hapo Hohepa at converting effort into points. And already the blue caps of Shaw School are back in defensive force. So they will look in 3 seconds. Hands on the ball. 3, 2, 1, and 2 to goes. And the long shot. Question mark is whether that counted or not, because the keeper looked like he was moving to the side already. And we'll go out at 9-3 and see you after this half-time break. Back into the action here at 9-3. Hiwa ki te toru. Ka te tiro whakamua ia. Kei reira etahi o ngā tama no te taikura. And ko pau te wā. Kia rātou. Engari kāo. Kāre I whakai a ngā kaiwa wau. Conversation he kōrero kei te haere. He pāna ki te taima. Reira ka hopu kina ngā tanga o hato hoe pai te koro. He tino teitei, tino roa te toronga. Shot back to the other man when there was a double team on him, and he puts a shot up and does it find its way in? It would appear not. And the clock is ticking away with 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go in this third quarter. It's 6 points the difference. Gargantuan effort needed to pull this lead back. And as a coach and as a player, they'll be asking themselves, is it possible to be able to do that? And only time will tell. It's one end to the other. Did that go in? No, it did not. So once again, one end to the other, shot for shot. Very spread out. Players are probably getting tired, lacking a little bit of enthusiasm, looking at the score sheet on both sides. The Shaw School probably thinking that is a fairly decent lead, but without a doubt, they're not going to stop the defensive or offensive pressure. And they'll look for a shot there. No, there's too many hands in his pathway. And the longest throw down, traveling 3/4 of the pool. To the left hand, taha MΑΟRI o te uhanga. Ka titiro hakamua anō, and kei reira anake, tērā tāne o hato hohepa, and he will have a go at it, and it has been rejected from the court, so it'll go to the far corner. To be progressed by the players in the white caps and the Portai Mā. And another cross-court throw that has found its way over the outside line. Nō reira kei te aha rātou. Kei te hanga tima o hato hohepa, e whakatata te tatauranga. Nā te mea, nā te kaha, o te ārai, me te kaha o ngā whiunga. Kei kona te hua, me te kaha o tērā tama o Charlie Lucock tērā. Mai te taikura. Ari ko ana rātou. Kāre he kore. Te kau ki te toru. Te tatauranga I naenei. Ka we mate ururoa me mate wheke. Ka we mate wheke me mate ururoa. E tino marama ana. Kei te mohio e nei tama no show school ki ngā mahi puna. Hei pōtiri haere I ona hoariri. Engari I kona ngā pukenga hoki o ngā tama o hato hohepa me tērā tama ā. A. Brown. And another shot with 53 seconds to go. So there could well be 2 shots at goal. And as the teams move to the other end, and the blue hats of Shaw School prepare themselves for the onslaught of offence coming their way, they are well prepared for it. And with such a compact defensive structure, it's hard to get an easy shot through them without any movement. And there, we see it right there, one-on-one. But he has used some form or another to avoid being tackled or being held. And so ka rongo I te kauta o ngā hoa tima. Ka whiu te pōro, te whiu roa rawa atu. Koira te whakamutunga o tēnei hauwhā tuatoru o te kēmu. A koa ke nei, ka timata te hauwhā tuawhā, te mea whakamutunga o tēnei rangi atu I te tupua wai o Hiwa. into the action for this last part of the day here at the Hiwa pools. And plenty of communication going on there by the Team Shore School. Plenty of communication going on, and that's probably an indicator of their success. With good communication comes good cohesion, good understanding of each other, and that's what they've been able to achieve so far. And now there's going to be an open man who's going to have to try and be stopped. And that is a goal going away to number 7, I think it was. Liam Sidwell. And a bit of conversation happens between the score bench and the timer, shot timer perhaps, that if the ball is in position by the opposition, that it should be restarted. And just like that, 3 blue men against 1, and a beautiful pass to the opposite side. Was that a successful goal? No, it wasn't. Not a successful goal. Something must have happened that we were unseeing of. And now he will look for a shot, but no. Blue man, blue cap man is there. And he will reach and he fires that straight down our vision line into the arms of the blue keeper, and look at that. And that, my friends, is why they have been leading this competition, through sheer speed, getting into the right positions, and that is number 5 from the blue team, Jonty Jagger. Bringing the ball up now. We have back to the middle, looking for a little tip-in. Not being able to be executed. Now, once again, those speedy swimmers. No wana i ngā pōpai kikorani. Young Russell Yuan with the cross pass to the open man. And again, able to find the back of the net. And St. Joseph's seemingly unable to contain the scoring power of this short school team. Because every time they get down that end of the court, that end of the pool, they are making them pay. No, ko tērā te nama tekau mā toru I eke timata, and St. Joseph's looking like they found a way to get through the defensive pressure of Shaw School, but straight away into the action. And a mismatch. His arms in the air. And again. No, he's been called. That didn't count, I believe. But number 5, Jeff Siemens, doing some incredible work there. No, it looks as if they have given that goal. And so that takes the score out to 14-5. 9 points the difference. Hiwa, Piro, te rereketanga o ngā tatauranga. Rua miniti e toiana I roto I tēnei kemu. Ka kite anō te kaha o era tama no te Shaw School. Nā tō rātou tēno tere ki te kauhoi. Te tino harikoana ngā kautautoko o te kura o St. Joe's Hato Hohepa. Kati tiro ia e tahi tangata e wāte ana. Kei reira ia. Engari, ngā te kaha o ngā ārai, ngā kai ārai. E rua ngā tāngata ke runga I aia. E tahi rua. Aroa mai, taku nei, kitenga e toru engari e rua ana ke ngā tāngata no ngā pōpai kikorangi. Ka riro te pōro ki a rātou anō. Ka whakaritea e kai tiaki. Ka piro anō te kapa Shaw School. Otahi miniti e toi ana oai atu ko Jeff Simmons tērā. O reira, te mutunga o tēnei kemu. Ngā tama o Shaw School. Ka maka atu te pōro I tōna hoango. And an opportunity presenting itself perhaps. And he needs to take a shot because the shot clock is counting down as you can hear. He does just that. And with 30 seconds to go, 15 points to 5, they will just be trying to ensure that there is not a 11-point deficit, and the goalie is going to swim out and nobody seemingly wanting to go and approach him. And there you go. If he's able to get hold of it, he can go full court. And he does just that. And it makes it a 9-point victory. And that is the end of our coverage here at Hiwa Pools for today. Appreciate you coming along. Appreciate you listening in to the commentary, learning a little bit of Te Reo Māori with us. Once again, thank you very much to our cameraman, to our sponsors for making this happen. Have a great rest of the evening. O Māori e hoa mā.
Deck out your space with our lowest prices.
Cabot's 10-litre Aquadeck decking oil, $193.90. Monarch decking applicator kit, just $48.20.
When you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's time for action. We are working to reduce the impacts of climate change because nature is not a resource, it's a collaborator. Nativa, leading with nature.
We love seeing sport in young people's lives. We know it plays a huge impact in what they can do and the opportunities that they have. And funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. When I was 12 years old, I made a rep team in soccer. And the guy, the manager, stood up and said, right, the fundraiser, the tracksuits are only $20. And my mum looked at me and she started crying and she said, I can't afford it. And now being able to take that and go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get the bigger community, the bigger, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
Look, there's so much need in the schools, and it goes beyond just sport. There's arts, there's culture, there's a lot of things that kids miss out on. And so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is. They're so grateful for it, they're so appreciative of it, and they do amazing things with it. So every dollar has a huge impact on helping these schools.
That's why we get out of bed now. We now have staff who've joined us who say that's the reason why they joined Apollo. Because they know that when they come to it, they contribute to something that's just greater than our business. We worked out a little while ago that being part of the community was a part of who we were. And we sort of call it now, our sort of purpose is building communities. And that's just not the physical build. It's actually been able to help and contribute to the communities we operate in. And you know, when we now pitch to our clients for projects, it's the very first thing we talk about. It's not the last thing, it's the first thing, because clients want that, you know, whether they're a council, whether they're a corporate, it's part of where they want to go. And when we can show them what their building is doing away from just the physical structure, they're having an impact on the communities. It's very, very powerful.